Welcome to the Steamyverse. You're invited to explore the most exciting and engaging career guidance expo in South Africa, Sasol TechnoX. Discover and unlock your potential to change the world. Immerse yourself in a world of innovation and discovery as we showcase the latest advancements in STEAMY. Experience a blast of excitement with interactive activities that will challenge your skills and spark your curiosity. Watch in awe as the wonders of science and technology are brought to life. Are you ready to shape your future? It's an incredible adventure, and it starts right now.
Now is not the end. It's not even the beginning of the end. In fact, it is perhaps the end of the beginning. This famous quote by Winston Churchill definitely epitomizes today, because we have arrived at the 5th and final day of Sasol TechnoX. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, educators, exhibitors, and excited minds alike. Online, here in this room, as well as everybody that's in the classrooms and the Sasol TechnoX platform. Day 5 of the 21st edition of Sasol TechnoX is here, and I can't wait to get it started. Now, I just want to find out from you guys, who of you have already been in this room throughout this week? Have you guys been here before? No? So this is your first time in this room? Yes. Really? Okay, well then I have some exciting news for you guys. You are going to have a lot of fun, okay? You're going to learn a lot because we have some really amazing speakers that have a wealth of knowledge. So I hope that you guys have your notebooks with you. I see you've got your school bags. Please make sure that you take note because you're going to be learning a lot, okay? My name is Lerai. I am a creative entrepreneur, a social change maker, and a conversation strategist. On a much more casual note, I'm a full-time student at the University of Pretoria. I'm studying a Bachelor of Political Sciences in International Relations. And I'm also an actor, a producer, and the face of Nickelodeon Africa. Thank you. Now, I have had an amazing week engaging with all the students that have been coming in and out of this specific room, engaging with all of the exhibitions, and my favorite part is that this exhibition is for all of you guys. So why not have you be a part of it, right? So please help me give a very warm welcome to our youth MCs. They have been collaborating with us throughout the week, and today we have Ofense Magamo and Gift Letlo.
Thank you so much for the intro, Lerai. I am Ofense Letlo from Sasolburg High School, and believe it or not, I am in grade 11. And it is really an honor for me to be here, and with me today is Gift.
Thank you so much for the intro, Ofense. I'm Gift from Iketeteng Comprehensive Secondary School, and I'm currently doing grade 11. And, you know, personality-wise, I believe I'm an ambivert, so I'm quite easy on the eye, so thank you.
Ambivert, so you're both extroverted and introverted?
Yes.
Well, it's really nice to meet you both. I must apologize, I mixed your surnames up. This is Ofense Letlo, and this is Gift Magamo. Well, like I said, it's really great to meet all of you guys. Are you ready to have a good day?
Yes. Absolutely.
Right? Are you guys ready to have a good day? Yes. Awesome. Okay. Now, we're going to start off with the STEAMY Talks, right? This features all the very best talent in the world of science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics, as well as innovation.
The prizes are plentiful, smiles abundant, and information is overflowing right here at the TechnoX Village. It's Friday.
Absolutely. Indeed, the Sasol Village is the place to be for careers, bursaries, and some cool activations.
Now, I said my favorite part of the day was getting to MC with our youth MCs. Okay, that is one of my favorites. I have multiple favorites. You're allowed to have more than one favorite, ne? Ne? Okay, so my other favorite part is Stage X. And Stage X is going to be the curtain call for this incredible week. So that's what we're going to end off with. Outside, we have got some really cool stuff that's going to be happening at Stage X when we're done in this room. I'm talking about trashion shows. Yep, you heard that right. Trashion, not fashion. That means that the students that have put together all of their outfits have created beautiful creations. Some of them are even couture, like high fashion looking. And they've made it all out of trash. They've recycled newspapers, garbage bags, you name it. And they've come up with some really cool creations. So make sure that you guys go to Stage X when we're done. And as Gift said, we have got some really cool prizes. Now we are running, I won't say it's a competition, but we want to make sure that you guys are engaging with us. Everybody that is here, as well as everybody that is on our Sasol Techno X platform. Now, when you engage, how do you engage? That's the first question. Whenever you go to an exhibition, make sure that you scan the QR code over there and you comment, you ask questions, because you earn points. And at the end of today, we're going to have our top 3, the people that have the most points. But over the course of the week, we've had people that have been accumulating points. So we're also going to have our overall leader for the week. Now, there's a really, really, really cool prize. Do you guys want to guess what the prize is? Okay, can I hear one guess? Just shout at me. You're along the lines, very warm. Correct. The overall winner gets a top of the range iPhone. That's cool, right?
Oh, and don't forget to get involved here and on site by checking in to the various spaces, posting, commenting, and asking a few questions to gain points.
And do not forget, the top 3 on the leader for today win some great prizes. The overall leader for the week at around 2 o'clock today gets, as you said, a brand new top of the range iPhone for their efforts.
Yep. Now, with not a single shred of sadness in my eyes, let's get the 5th and final day of Sasol Techno X underway. Now, our first speaker has long been a pioneer in the construction industry, with a career repertoire spanning 9 years in the industry. She's the founder of Phenomenal Light, or PL Construction. Please help me welcome Noxolo Fani.
Hello, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Kaloku, you must feed me with energy. Haibo? Yes, it's Friday morning, so we are getting ready for the weekend, Nangish. So let's say good morning, Noxolo. Haibo? Yes, that's what I like. Now, as we kick off, before I even introduce myself in terms of who I am, I want 2 people. I want 2 people who are going to come up here, and I'm going to ask them to do something with me. And then I'll give them something nice at the end. A quick gift. Anyana nje. Huh? Woo! Now when sis who's waving in the air, please come up. And woo! Yes, I love it. I need a boy child. There's another one. He's even got a comb in his hair. Chonga, I'm telling you. Huh? We are doing the things here. Ow! Ow! Come up here. How are you? How are you? I'm good. Your names are? Okay, wait. Before we get there. So my intro was, my name is Noxolo Fani, and I'm pretty awesome, okay? Let's start there.
Yeah.
Now, I want you to say the same thing, but you're going to add something there. You're going to say your name and surname. I am whoever, right? And that you're awesome, whatever word you want to use to describe yourself. And then you're going to tell us what problem you're going to solve in the world or what you want to become in the world when you are out of school and in the world. Let's start with you, and you'll do the same, right?
Yes.
Cool. Let's start. Tell us.
With me.
Sorry?
You start with me.
Yes, I'm starting with you.
My name is Tato Mukwena from Katlampumelelo Secondary School.
Uh-huh.
I'm here today because I want to tell you about the future that I'm going to do.
Okay.
About what I'm going to do in the future.
Yes.
My biggest dream is helping the community to solve the problem of ESCOM.
Okay. Don't we need this? I want it. Don't you want this? We need this guy. The country needs this guy. Okay.
My name is Kokanya Manana. I go to Santa Maria Junior School. What I want to do for the future, there's a lot of problems in the world I wish we could solve, like theft, racism, and everything. So I just want to become that encouraging president where we'll help everyone and the world will be okay, and then I will help the poor people on the streets who have no home. I hope all the orphanage and get them new homes. And I just want to make the world a better place.
Wow. Wow. What did I tell you? A future president, ladies and gentlemen. Huh? And a future minister of electricity. I know. You guys didn't tell me. You didn't add on in terms of what I said. I'm Nokolofani and I'm awesome. You are who and what are you? What word do you use to define yourself?
I may say a kind person.
You're a kind person. Yes, we need to be kind. We need to be kind. And you?
What I can use to describe myself, I just want to say I'm a child of God, and that's all I want to be.
Woo! Yes! Thank you so much. You guys can go sit down and come and see me afterwards, okay? Thank you so much. You guys can go and sit down and they'll take the mics. Guys! Hey! Huh? What did I tell you? So, as they've already sort of introduced me, my name is Nokolofani, and I am in the construction industries, okay? I run a company that is specialist in concrete rehabilitation. So we fix concrete structures. So you know when they build the bridges and they build the malls there in the basements, you see all the concrete. We go and make sure that that concrete looks good and that it's structurally sound so that it doesn't fall on you, nah? So that when you are driving there, there's no bridges that are collapsing. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's what I do in terms of world of work, or the company that I run and founded. I did not study engineering. I studied multimedia. I like to draw, and I specialized in animation at UJ. And then I spent a couple of years, about 4 to 5 years, and I felt, nope, this is not for me, right? And then I went into the world and I said, I want to do something, and an opportunity came up, and I went into being an entrepreneur, right? And now I have worked on projects. Actually, a fun fact, the Sasol head office, which is called Sasol Place, the team that worked on the concrete there was led by none other than myself, right? So, as we then kick off, I'm going to share a couple of things with you, because our topic today, from me to you, is unleashing your steamy potential, right? Exploring careers and entrepreneurship in a changing world. Is the world not changing, guys? Is it changing? All the time, right? It's not changing. I think someone feels like it's not changing. It's not changing. Okay, so the world is constantly changing, and I'm going to give you just a brief synopsis of why I say that. We are currently in which industrial revolution? Hi guys, Itip. Which industrial revolution are we in currently? The fourth, guys. We are in the fourth industrial revolution. There was, of course, the first, the second, the third, and the fourth, which we are in currently, right? Now, if you look at the first, you found that in the 18th century, they introduced mechanization and steam power, right? Factories emerged and replacing manual labor with machines. That's when machines were coming in, around that time. And industries were booming. Né? Then we moved to the second one. In the 19th and 20th centuries, we harnessed electricity, guys, the one we are struggling to keep on these days. They harnessed it that time. And this led to mass production and a rise of consumer goods. That's why you can go today at Pick n Pay, at Truworths, at all these shops, and there's mass, products for you guys to buy, right? Then we move to the third. The third is what we know as the digital revolution, which unfolded in the late 20th century. Computers and digital technology became mainstream, right? And now we are in the what? The fourth industrial revolution. Fast forward to today, and we're amidst this fourth industrial revolution, a digital revolution that's merging physical, digital, and biological realms, guys. Like, we are merging all these things, and this is why it's so exciting. It's exciting because you guys are going to lead us into that future, right? I look at all of you, and the reason I'm so excited is because when I see you guys, I've got an 11-year-old and a 3-year-old, right? But every time I meet you guys with the work sometimes I do with young people, I'm just filled with hope, guys. You understand? I'm filled with so much hope for our country, for the challenges we face, and how you guys are going to bring about solutions. Are you not? Yes, you are, because we've got a female president. We've got a minister of what? Of electricity. Nibabonile? Yes, so you guys are the ones who will actually lead us into finding the solutions to the challenges that we are having, right? So, let's move on to our topic, which was saying we are unleashing your potential, right? What is it to unleash, guys? Unleash, it's written there. A strong or violent force to be released or become unrestrained, right? Or to let happen or begin something powerful that once begun and cannot be controlled. That's what I want you guys to do, to unleash your power, because I know you guys are powerful. How do I know this? Because I've lived, right? I've lived, I've learned, I've grown up in the township. I came out of the township and I said to myself, this is what I want to become. This is how much money I want to make. This is the influence I want to have. This is the purpose I want to drive. I want to encourage, I want to inspire, and I want to use my platform to build up the youth, right? And what am I doing today? Am I not doing that? Yes, because you hold the power. You are the master of your life and the direction that your life takes, right? So I want you today to, from henceforth, Masqala today, you release and unleash your power. Your potential. What is potential? To express our inner self and become the best version of ourselves. Now we all carry what? Something we are good at without being aware. Right? That is what is in you, right? You guys are holding potential within you. You are holding so much potential within you, and I want you guys to release that potential. I want you to release that potential, and I'm going to give you a couple of tips on how to release what? That potential. I must actually skip over this. For STEAMI, I'm going to show you saying with STEAMI. STEAMI. Nah? The S stands for what? Self-reflection and success celebration. I want you to write these things down because I want you to go home and actually look over these things. These are things that I want you to start doing. So take out your notebooks quickly and jot down as I move through these. So you need to start doing self-reflection. You need to get to know who you are. What makes you tick, right? Guys, what makes you tick? The other one said she wants to solve problems in the world and she wants to do it so extensively that she wants to be the president of the country. Do you think she can do it? I know she can do it. I'm actually going to be waiting on you to become the next president. I'm going to be holding you to that. I'm going to be praying for that, right? That is what I'll be doing, even for our minister of what? Of electricity. And so self-reflection is important because you get to know who you are. You get to understand, I get to understand, when she's feeling down, what must she do? You get what I'm saying? When she's at her peak, what does that mean? What is she able to achieve? When she walks out into the world, is she confident? Is she questioning herself, or is she sure of herself and her abilities? And is she focused? She never gives up, and she never allows anything to take her off what she has put herself as a goal, right? That is what you do there. And success celebration just basically means every time you succeed at something, you write it down and you celebrate it. Every time you get 90%, 100%. Are you guys getting 100%? Yeah. Yo. Are you guys, this one's so quiet. Are you guys getting 100%? Yeah. Are you guys getting 100%? Yeah. Woo! I know this country is in good hands. And then the T is for targeted goals and time management. You need to have goals. You need to have targets. You say, by June this year, when I write my exams, science, get what I'm saying? I'm going to get A plus. My maths, I'm going to get A plus. And you need to take steps towards achieving those goals, right? So you need to make sure that you take the necessary steps. If you need to get a tutor, or you need to go next door to the guy that's actually good with maths and ask them to help you, that's what you need to do. And you set your goals. Time management. Do you guys manage your time? Or you just go on with life, wake up, let me go see my friend. Let me go have fun on the soccer field. I forgot to do my homework. Mom, I've got a project tomorrow. I need you to go quickly by the shop. Is that what you guys are doing? You need to manage your time, guys. You need to manage your time. The E is to embrace learning, right? And effective communication. You guys are already embracing learning because you are here today, isn't it? You guys are embracing learning. You guys are going to be walking through all these stands, learning about STEAMI, learning about how you're going to apply it in your lives, how you're going to apply it in your communities, how you're going to apply it as president of the country. And effective communication means you learn how to live with others and communicate clearly with them, right? Yeah, everyone has got an opinion, but we have a way in which we must communicate with each other. The gentleman said that he is kind. So we must be what? We must be kind. We mustn't bully each other at school, ne? No bullies, please. Ne? No bullies. Is someone being pointed at there? I'm going to come talk to you afterwards. A is for assemble your time and active exploration, right? How do you assemble your time? It means you are aware again of how you spend your time, right? You apply your mind, you apply your planning, and all of that. And active exploration means you start engaging with things you wouldn't normally engage with. So if you've never played tennis and there's an opportunity to play tennis, what do? You play tennis. Because you never know. Maybe you're the next Serena Williams, guys. Huh? Is it not so? But you can't know that until you explore those possibilities. If there's a club for chess at school, try it out. Stop sticking to the comfort zone where you are doing the things you've always done as always, right? Are you guys going to try something new from today? I am literally challenging you guys to try something new. Whatever you've never tried, even if you're a girl, you go play soccer, try something new. Read a book if you've never read a book. Just go and do something different, because in doing something different, you are going to find that I'm actually good at this and I didn't know, right? The last one, no, not the last one, master organization, which is for the M, and mindset of resilience. Now, guys, this is very important. Né? Yes, I'm not that good at organization. You know, we're not going to be good at all these things, right? Yeah, so I'm not that good, but I'm trying, right? But you must try and organize your life, because in organizing, you learn discipline. Né? And there's nothing you can achieve in this life without a certain measure of discipline. You must say, when it's cold in the morning and you know that you want to be one of the players for the national team, I must wake up at 4 a.m. in the morning and run. Né? Even if the bed is warm and outside it's raining, you put on your raincoat and you go running. Né? That science test was you want to be a doctor or you want to be an engineer. You know that you need to apply time. You need to stay up at night and study, right? Then you do it even though it's uncomfortable, right? Resilience, mindset of resilience. This is the one I was saying is a big one. It's big because life will throw so many curveballs at you guys. Do you understand? Kuba tough, guys, up. Hey? When the tough is toughing, hey, I'm telling you. When the tough is toughing out here, it gets real. And some people want to give up, isn't it? Some people want to give up and they're like, yo, screw this, I'm done. You know, I'm tapping out. But I don't want you guys to tap out. If I could tell you half the things that I've been through in my journey, you would probably fall off your chairs right now. I just don't have enough time. Né? I've been through some really bad things. But within all of that, I look back today and I say, I've learned so much and I'm stronger for it. Am I not? That's why today I'm still standing, because when it got tough and the tough was toughing, I said, I'm not giving up. Né? Whether I wake up crying, I sleep crying, I'm stressed, I'm worried, I'm feeling hurt, I'm broken, I say no. You are destined for greatness because you are awesome, right? And you guys, same thing. You are amazing. You have potential. You have capabilities that you must nurture through these things that I'm telling you. And the last one is initiate challenges and inclusivity. You need to challenge yourselves, guys. What do you need to do? Challenge yourselves. Challenge each other with good things, right? Not just with things that will not really make you grow or add value to your lives. Né? So you make sure today you go home, you apply your mind, you take that notebook, you write these things down, and you say to yourself, how can I start actively putting down this sort of process in my own life? Né? Because I'm telling you today, when you start early, the faster you're going to achieve the things you need to achieve, the faster you're going to understand where your gifts and abilities lie, right? Okay, so we don't have enough time. I'm going to quickly run through. I'm going to just show those to you guys. You can just look at them in terms of some of the things that you can become career-wise in the STEAMy field. So there we go. Right? Some exciting stuff for you guys, and entrepreneurship as well. Very exciting entrepreneurship, guys. I get to manage my own time, né? If I want to wake up at 10 a.m., I wake up at 10 a.m. now. But it didn't just happen overnight. I had to spend 5 solid years waking up at 4, 5 in the morning. But now today, if I want to be here, the guys I know are working. The money is popping there in the bank account, né? I don't have to worry anymore, because I went through that period where I was struggling and it was hard. But now I get to reap the rewards. And that's how it works. It's not overnight. And then I wanted to give you some STEAMy-related business ideas, but our time is up. You guys can literally just come to me. I'm not very good with short talks, guys. Ne? I'm used to doing like hour talks, but it's fine. This is one of the things I want you to take with you today. You matter. Ne? I'm here today to give my time because I believe in you. If no one tells you that they believe in you, may I be the first to tell you, I believe in you. Do you hear me? Yes. Do you understand me? Yes. I believe in you. What do? I believe in you. Before I came here, I prayed for you guys. Because I want you to succeed. I want you to be the next female presidents. I want you to be the next engineers. I want you to change this country. I want you to reimagine South Africa, and you are capable of doing that. Do you understand me? This is coming from the depth of my heart because I will give of my time to encourage you guys, to motivate you guys, to inspire you guys to become the best that you were meant to be. Right? Yes. And the last one is to create the highest, the grandest vision possible for your life because you become what you believe. So do you believe what I've just said to you? Do you believe it? I want to hear of your successes going henceforward, right? I want you guys to reach out and say, Sis Nokolo, here I am, a CEO. Sis Nokolo, here I've passed my first year in varsity. You get what I'm saying? I want to hear of your successes because that tells me that those prayers worked. Ne? So as we close off, I want to then simply just say to you guys, I am rooting for all of you. And you will. You will what? You will make it. Thank you so much. Oh.
Thank you, Nokolo.
Thank you.
Thank you for your motivation for today. I believe the audience and I agree that you have motivated us today. So next in line, I believe she's the CEO and founder of the TAIR, or the AI Review, a serial entrepreneur and AI content contributor for the Yuan AI Health platform. She's passionate about education, social impact, and women empowerment. Next in line is Janet Sawari. Thank you.
I want you all to repeat after me. I can. I will. I must. One more time. I can. I will. I must. Is there anybody who didn't have breakfast this morning? Well, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to give it a little umph. Give it a little vutzpa. I can. I will. I must. I love it. 大家好，我叫珍珍。Good morning. My name is Janet Sawari, and I am the CEO and founder of TAIR Labs. And I am in the business of doing the impossible. I am in the business of AI, of driverless vehicles. I'm in the business of rocket ships. I'm in the business of doing what Elon Musk does. I'm in the business of thinking about our future and making it happen. When I was in primary school, I started this little group that was called the Dream Girls. You might be thinking this is so unrelated to what I have to talk about today, but you're going to love the stories I'm going to share. My friends and I we believed we had the biggest dreams. We believed we were going to be anything that we wanted to be. And so we thought amongst the seven of us, we were going to be the dreamers, you know, and we wore it with pride, like the colors on my blazer. I was doing everything from debate, Toastmasters, I was in the rugby team, I was the swimming captain, I was in tennis, I was throwing balls, chasing balls, and kicking them at the same time. And I'd go in class, and I'd get straight A's, and then I'd go outside at break, and I'd sit with my friends, my chomies, and I'd be like, I'm the captain of the Dream Girls. And on the weekends, we would negotiate with our parents to give us everything from a chicken to some mealy meal to bread, butter, you name it, whatever was in the pantry, we were going to take it. And we would go and empower other people, other young girls, other young boys, wherever they were, cook, donate at charity homes. And that was part of the dream. That's how we started. But what I probably didn't tell you is the true beginning, the true North Star of my story, where I really, really started. As I share with you these stories, my only ask is that you take it upon yourself to connect the dots. Because then that way, it's not just my story, it's our story. Because then that way, you are going to be able to dream through my eyes. All right? So here's the true beginning of the story. It didn't start with the Dream Girls. It started with my father. When I was a little girl, my dad, my father, he asked me what I wanted to be. And I told him I wanted to be a pilot. I wanted to see everything. I wanted to fly everywhere. I wanted to experience life from the top. But then my father looked at me and said, Janet, the only difference between a pilot and a bus driver is that one is down here and the other is up there. So it's a no. And I thought, what? No. And then this was his response to me crying and begging and, no, Dad, I want to be a pilot. I can make so much money. No, I mean, I really love it. I'm really passionate. It's not about money. He then looked at me and said, but Janet, I have no problem with you becoming the person who makes the planes or the person who owns the plane. Game changer. So what my dad did is he didn't cut off my dream with just being a pilot. He opened up a world of possibilities. I could be more than just a pilot or a driver or someone who's employed. I could empower myself so much that I could buy a plane. And not only that, my dad made it exponential. The opportunity opened up itself to not just making a plane or owning one. It became, you could make a plane that didn't even exist. And I thought, I can, and I will, and I must. So before I continue, I want you all to think deeply, clearly, intentionally about what it is that you want to be. It might be something that's been inspired by your grandmother, your father, your aunt, a brother, sister, a friend, or even those with us today, our teachers. Think about what is it that is within you that looks so impossible that you want to do. whatever it is, I want you to keep it in your heart and whisper to yourself, I can, I will, and I must. I can, I will, and I must. The world is so big, and it's so ready for you. A sea full of possibilities that you shape with your mind. And what STEM does, what science, technology, engineering, manufacturing, what it does is it opens up that sea of possibilities. A few years later, I became a teenager. I've got all my colors on my blazer. I got all my chants. I can, I will, and I must. I've got my dad, and he's cheering me on, and it's time to go to the big world. It's time to choose which university am I going to go to. Here's the third part of my story. I hated picking litter when I was a teen. Very unrelated, but stick with me. I never used to pick anything up from the floor that wasn't mine. I never used to go around meddling with any random pieces of paper on the floor, but one fateful day, I picked up the dirtiest piece of paper you would see in a public place, and I tried to read it. And it said, Vada, something opportunity in Ukraine. And I thought, wow, this looks interesting. And I took that little piece of paper to my dad, and I said, hey, this looks interesting. You know, there's a country out there called Ukraine. And he thought, yes. Said, there's engineering programs, I could probably go there. Fast forward, I go to Ukraine, I experience this whole new world, I start to speak Russian. Как дела? Меня зовут Janet. Another year later, I pick up another random piece of paper. Maybe this litter picking business is good for me, but I pick up another piece of paper and I find myself in China. 大家好，我叫珍珍. And then a few years later, maybe we're now 22. Maybe I was now 22 by then. I get into my dream life without knowing it. I got an opportunity to work at Baidu as one of the engineers. And on my first day, they asked me to wait for the team in a bus, a little small bus. And the team was nowhere to be seen. And guess what happened? The doors closed in this bus. And it drove away with no driver, driverless, autonomous. That's how I got introduced into the AI space. That was my first real day as an engineer. But guess where I started? Who can guess which part of the story is the start? Was it the beginning? Was it the end? Was it the middle? The beginning or the beninging? Which one? I am hearing so many things right now. The beginning, okay. The beninging, okay. It's all right. Whichever part you think is the beginning, the inception or the conception of Janet Sawari, you're right. But here's the good thing or the beauty about my story and how I told it today. I also told you something without saying it, using a vocabulary. I showed you that your story can start anywhere. It could have already started, and you don't even know it. But when you connect the dots, going back, that's when you'll truly see when it started. And so my message to you as I conclude is never, ever be afraid of dreaming. And don't dream small, dream big. And don't just dream, but don't forget to say, I can, and I can. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. That was really inspirational. The part where you talked about how you went out and helped others, it really spoke to me about what it truly means to be South African and have that spirit of Ubuntu. And as you know, what they say, umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu. Thank you, guys. Okay. Does anybody have any questions for the lovely Miss Janet? We'll be taking 3 questions, please. Yes, we have a question there.
Ma'am, how did you learn Chinese?
Thank you. Well, how I learned Chinese was really funny, but when I got to China, I had 6 months worth of Uber money. And after 6 months, I would have to use the public bus. So I had 6 months to talk to each and every taxi driver that was taking me around. And I knew that after that 6 months, I'd have to take a bus or a train or interact with the locals. And so that's how I learned. I had no option.
Does it work?
Yes?
Is it luck that you managed to go to countries?
I don't think it's luck, it's destiny.
Ma'am, how did you learn? Where do you come from actually? Do you come from South Africa or America?
I am a proud African hailing from Malawi.
Okay, that was amazing. Thank you, Janet. Coming up next is a fearless leader that executes regional digital manufacturing strategic goals, overseeing operations and enhancing company brand through key partnerships with local and international stakeholders. Let's welcome Dr. Cherise Dunn.
You guys are amazing. How are you? Wow. I am amazed. I won't lie. I'm a little bit scared because this room is full, but your smiles, they are giving me all of the vibes. And I'm just happy I could make it here on time. I flew up from Cape Town this morning, so I'm a little bit tired. It was very dark when I left my house, but I'm very excited to be here with you today. So I managed to catch a little of the story, some of the other ladies, and now I want to tell you mine. But my talk is very interactive. It might be a little bit different because I want to share with you some of the things that we do with my kids in Cape Town. From all across Cape Town, Khayelitsha, Mitchell's Plain, Googs, we go as far as the Northern Cape, and maybe if you like what you see, you are going to tell me and tell your teachers that you want me to come to Sasolburg. Am I right? Yes. Okay, so you all know my name is Cherise. I come from Cape Town, but I didn't grow up there. I started my journey on a very small sugarcane farm up in northern KwaZulu-Natal called Mangete. That's where I come from. I eventually moved down. My dad, who was a little Zulu boy, met my mom, who was a Durban city girl, and they enjoyed their lives together. Eventually, I came along. I had a lot of asthma attacks when I was young. I was very, very sick. So I had to go to the clinic many, many times. And I promise you, one day after my 21st birthday, so a little bit older than you all now, I discovered that I had tumors on my spine. They were painful, guys. They were so sore. So after school, I had been waitressing for a few years, right? Trying to start that hustle, trying to figure out how much do I like biology, how much am I going to get out of this maths learning that I did at school. And I was doing a lot of waitressing to earn some money, right? And it was very painful. So I discovered because of these tumors on my spine, that is what was causing all of my pain. Fast forward later, I had 2 spinal surgeries in that year when I was 21 to help me get rid of the pain that was down my arms and down my legs. That was successful, but to this day, I now discover that if my doctors had access to tools and technology like 3D printing, they would have been able to look at my X-rays, to look at my MRI data. They would have been able to hold a smaller model of my spine and to actually see, where are these tumors? Where is this young girl getting her pain from? Is it over here, right at the top of my neck? Is it a little bit lower? They weren't sure, right? And that's why they went in once. And then I had to recover. I had to learn how to brush my teeth again. And then I had to go in for a second surgery because I still had the pain. But if they had these tools, that would have made my life better. I would have been able to recover faster, and it would have saved the hospital a lot of money and my parents, right? So that's what inspired me to get into cancer research and to science education. So I uprooted my life in KZN and I moved down to Cape Town. So I got a job as a PhD researcher at a cancer research lab, and that's where I could play around and explore all these tools. And I thought, once I leave this place, what have I seen my colleagues doing after their studies? What have I seen the people around me? They either maybe lecture at university, or they go off and they perhaps find another job overseas. But I wanted to know, if I wanted to make a difference here, what can I do? With my skills that now I've gotten from high school and education and university, and what can I help others do? So these are some of the problems, right, that I was starting to think about way back then. Many of you, not just you, but around the world, many children are going to be entering jobs that don't yet exist. So you are here today, and I'm so proud of you for taking the energy and the effort to actually come and find out what are the types of careers that interest you, what are the types of things that you might want to do one day, and then how do you take those next steps, right? So we talk about that a lot. What I want you to know is right now, there's a whole world of 3D printing opportunities that I'm wanting you to start exploring. I want you to know more about them, because it's not just happening in the United States or in these incredible places where Janet has visited, right? It's happening in South Africa. I want you to be able to access those things. So I discovered that there, out of the whole world, everybody who plays a role in 3D printing, whether you are designing something, can anybody design on the computer? Do you make drawings? Do you like to do that? Is it fun? Yes. Okay. Do you know that that can be a job one day? You can be a designer for somebody, for a musician, for an artist, for a filmmaker, for somebody like me who works in the medical industry. You can design something, a product for me, a movie set for someone. And you can outsource those skills, right? Just as a designer. But I want to tell you how you can take that one step further. If you take those design skills into the world of 3D printing, where you now make something, you can hold that thing in your hand that you've designed. There's, at the moment, less than 1% of the entire talent pool comes from Africa. We are not playing nearly as much as we could with this technology, right? And if we follow, your teachers would follow, if we follow these incredible international reports by the World Economic Forum that tell us what are the trends in the world, what are the types of things that we think you might find interesting, where there are gaps and possible job opportunities for you all. We're looking at the things like robotics and technology and all sorts of different types of innovation. But to use those things fully, you need to untap your creativity, right? You need to become resilient, like some of the speakers were saying. You need to have that mindset to be hungry to go after these opportunities and really do what you want to do with them. So, this is what we teach in my programs. We want you to explore creativity. We want to help you unlock your growth mindset and pursue innovation and technology and really try and empathize with your communities and the problems that you are facing. So you know how to actively create the best kinds of solutions. So what we do is we use innovation and together with design thinking and 3D printing to help empower kids like you all across the Western Cape and the Northern Cape to hopefully unlock prosperity and find the opportunities that really matter to you. So this is our vision, and hopefully when we speak a little bit more after today, after this talk, it's to inspire you to take those next steps and to explore what you might be interested in. And hopefully, exploring design thinking and 3D printing might be one of those opportunities. So we run our programs over 3 sessions. We offer our students in our programs over those sessions different types of challenges that come from the United Nations. And we all know the United Nations is this really important body that categorizes all the different challenges that the whole world experiences. And then those filter down into types of STEAM programs that we can now offer you guys. So you might be focusing on problems around hunger or sustainable housing or agriculture or renewable energy or something that you are very passionate about. So when you come into my classroom, you say, Cherise, I'm passionate about this. We don't have electricity at home where I live. So we say, okay, let's take that solution further. Let's unpack that. What could potential solutions look like? What does the design for that solution look like? And what does this tangible product look like? So we go through the design thinking process. We go through empathizing, defining what is the real challenge, possible brainstorming, and we prototype and test something. So we focus on these SDGs, and eventually you come out with a tangible prototype. And why am I excited about 3D printing? 3D printing is amazing, guys. If you haven't heard about it before, if you haven't seen exhibitions that are out there in the other hall, you can print and use just about any type of material to make something that comes from your imagination, or maybe you scan that item with a camera on your phone or something like that, and you need very little skill. So we want to educate lots of you to be able to use these technologies to fulfill your potential and unlock your creativity and come up with whatever solutions you think are really important for your communities. So this is my time, my team, to really quickly say, I've got some really clever people helping me from Harvard. I've got some wisdom coming in from my mentors from Auntie Arifa. And I've got this really cool young lady called Riddy who has this interest in space technology and chemical and material science. So I lean hard on my friends, on my team, and you all must too. You've got to really help and support each other as you explore your opportunities as you go along. So just to tell you what some of our participants used to say, so when they walked out of our workshop, most of them, 93% of them, would say that they felt more comfortable with technology, and hopefully when you start exploring 3D printing in your own spaces, you will too. And 98% want to learn more, and most of them, importantly for me, they feel like they can make money from the skill. That's really important in South Africa. So on YouTube, you can go and find some of our testimonials and some of the other young people that came through our classes. So I'll run through that. Here we go. And I'll skip through here. We've got some really amazing international partners that help us unlock the door. So if you come to me and you say, Cherise, we've come through the program and we really want to learn more. We understand what we can do about 3D printing. I want to make something. I will connect you with international designers and potential opportunities where you can make that thing and you can sell it in the United States. You can sell it in the United Kingdom. It's possible. Did you know that? If you design something, all of you that said, yes, Cherise, I can design something. If you 3D print and make that thing, we can help you export that thing and test your market. That's really powerful so that you can start making money from this thing. So I really quickly want to show you a couple examples of real life case studies where these big companies that you know are using 3D printing in action. This gentleman on the screen is Eliud Kipchoge. He's the world holder, long distance record holder for running marathons. And his goal as an international professional athlete, his only job is to run, right? His professional career goal was to beat his record in under 2 hours. So the only way he could do this was with help from his brand sponsors, which was Nike. And they asked him for his input. So they said, Eliud, tell us, what were the problems? What were their challenges? And this is the empathizing step, right? What did you think needs improvement in your gear? So he was like, the top is fine, the shorts are comfortable, but it's the shoes, guys. It's the sole. They hold a lot of water, and as an athlete, that slows me down, and therefore, I can't get across the finish line fast enough. And that's his goal. So back in the California research lab, the Nike research lab, they 3D printed him a couple different swabs where he could see, which ones he preferred. So this is his literal notes that he made, and he said, the back of the shoe is great, the uppers are fine, but they're holding a little bit of water. So this is the process that they used. Using 3D printing, they created these different prototypes, really, really cheap, really, really quick. And the purpose here is because we are able to create something really quickly for your customer, your potential customer, for you, for your community, your gogo that might need something at home, your teacher that might need something at school. We've had kids that have come up with their own customized soccer goals for their soccer club back in Khayelitsha. You can make anything. That whole shoe is 3D printed, right? It's incredible. Can you see how thin that shoe is? You can see right through it. So now Eliud Kipchoge's problem is gone. It's not going to hold the water. The water is going to slide that through, and that man is going to fly just as fast as he needs to. Another example is in the car industry. Do we all know Ford, the Ford company? We've seen a Ford Bucky on the road, right? This one is special. So the Ford Maverick now has these customized fits where car owners, drivers can design, just like you all design, they can design compartments for inside their truck, however they want to design. If they want a fancy cell phone holder, if they transport dogs and animals, there's all sorts of designs that they can download and then 3D print at their local makerspace. Or they can design and print it at Ford, and they will get the truck ready with all of these customizations. So that's really cool. So these are some of the examples. Cup holders, holders for their bags and things. These are what some people are doing all over the world, and we want to see it happen here. You could be designing and making these things. Another example, do we all know VW? We've seen VW, right? This is a fancy VW, but it's coming. It's here. It's already being made around the world. So VW is very clever. So at the top of the VW, if it's a convertible, right, you don't have these top panels, the A, B, C pillar that keeps you safe like a normal sedan. Now you've only got that pillar there that holds up the windscreen, right? So how do you think they use 3D printing and design thinking in this process? They were very smart. So now in a convertible, everybody wants to look fancy, they want to look very cool, but you must be safe. That's their primary objective, right? So with 3D printing, they now made that pillar, that A pillar, strong, but it's flexible enough and it's lightweight, using special 3D printing materials to be able to create this design. Cadillac. Have we seen Cadillac in the movies? I don't know about you. I always stop at the robots when I see a Cadillac drive past. I don't see many of them. They are very fancy. Cadillac, guys, it's another company that's using 3D printing to create the designs and the interiors of their cars. Because why? Because you can make anything. If you can design it, you can make it. It's all up to you and your imagination, right? If we look at products, and you see your fathers and your parents shave, you can see 3D printing touches our lives in so many ways. We might think that once upon a time it was very far-fetched, but now you're seeing it used in customized devices, customized products that we all own. So maybe one day Gillette South Africa is going to give us the opportunity to create these personalized handles. If you wanted to have an elephant on the end, you can. If you wanted to have you and your best friend or your boyfriend's name at the end, you can. It's completely up to you, and it's based on the design, right? Chanel uses it for the mascara brushes, and they sell these things. If you guys come up with designs and ideas for products with your friends, at school, at home, with your families, whatever you think of, whatever you want to do, if you can put it down on paper, if you can make it a digital drawing, you can make that thing a reality. You can sell that thing. And it doesn't matter if you like cars, like Ford, if you like basketball, and I'm going to show you an example. If you like Eliud Kipchoge and you like his shoes, you can 3D print and design shoes. You can make products just like this. Do we know this company? This is Adidas Futurecraft 4D sneakers. And the reason why I get very excited about this, now you can tell, you already know which part is 3D printed, right? It's the bottom of the shoe. And it's not just because we can 3D print things, and that's why we use 3D printing, because we can. We use it because it serves a purpose. So we're intentional. We think about how can we make this product the best that it can be? You know, so depending on what you are making, that's what you would go into your design process thinking. How can I make this product the best it can be? So for these purposes, when you maybe are designing sneakers, you want them to be comfortable so you can do the moves, right? You want them to be strong and sturdy. You want them to do all the things that they're supposed to do. Eliud Kipchoge wants it to be very fast. I just want it to be comfortable. So when I hop on a plane from Cape Town, I come to Joburg, and I can go straight off the plane to meet you all. Do you know that these shoes, so these are the exact same shoes that I'm wearing, right? Can you see? Would you buy these shoes? Maybe if they were different colors, hey, or something like that. But guys, they are comfortable. They are so comfortable. I absolutely love these shoes. And the reason why I'm showing you this is because I know lots of young creative people in Cape Town who come up with fashion designs, they come up with clothing designs, and I want them to take it a step further. Don't just design, make that thing. Sell that thing, because you can make beautiful things. So why not do it? These companies that you know, they are doing it, and it's all just about access. So now that you know you can do it, do you feel more comfortable? Would you explore it? Yes? Yes, and this side? Yes? I hope so, guys. You can do anything. Do you know? Maybe I must change the title of my talk to Do You Know? But do you know that all of the Black Panther movies use 3D printing to make their costumes? Did you know that? Yes, some people say yes. I'm impressed if you know that, because most people don't. But we can agree, right? Those Black Panther costumes were beautiful. They were stunning. They were so creative. They were African. They were exactly what we wanted to see. So you can see those designs, the headdresses, all of that. They were all designed and 3D printed because they were unique. And that is the beauty of this technology. And then, of course, companies jumped on the bandwagon. Adidas made their own Black Panther sneakers. If we look at sports, Wilson made a 3D printed basketball. If you look at that design, you don't need to pump up that basketball. It's airless, you don't need to pump it up. So you can print it and go kick around with it and play with it instantly. Now, why can't one of us make a 3D printed soccer ball? Could we? Yes, we can. And could one of us make a 3D printed rugby ball? Yes, we can. If we wanted to, it's there, guys. My job here today is to tell you that it's accessible. You can do it. It's affordable. If you come to places like certain libraries, if you come and ask me where, it's free for you to try out and experiment with these things. If you want to take it a step further, there's more advanced places where you could go. There's boxing companies in the world who are now using 3D printing to create these really customized and very safe inside components, the buffers for boxing gloves. So the reason why we do this, it's not just because we can, it's because it offers better protection for the person doing the punching and the person receiving that punch, right? It's game-changing. It's completely changing how we protect each other and how we design these types of products. And of course, it's going to last longer, right? So that's what I wanted to share with you guys, all of the different examples that I'm hoping you never knew before today. If you want to find out more about how do you explore these things, if you've got questions about possible careers and what do you do next, if there's anything that you don't understand, please feel free to connect with me. Go and take a look at our testimonials on the website. And I want you to know that these things are all available today in South Africa. If you want them, you can use them. Don't be scared to take that chance. Go for it, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
A new world of possibilities upon us with 3D printing. So thank you, Dr. Dunn.
Thank you.
Let's take a few questions, please. Anyone from the audience? From that side?
What inspired you to become the woman you are today?
I think what inspired me, honestly, I think it was going through that personal experience where I had all of those surgeries at such a young age. And that was an important time of my life when I was thinking, what do I want to do after this? I think that really catapulted me into STEM and pursuing biochemistry and microbiology as a degree, and just keeping my mind open about possible opportunities and wanting to learn everything, just being a sponge. It exposed me to 3D printing, and I knew that's where I need to be.
Okay, that's it. Side.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi.
Ma'am, okay, ma'am. Ma'am, all your, what you advertise right now, are they all sponsoring you, or are you working with them currently?
Shoo, I wish they were all sponsoring me. I'm working with some of them, but what I want to do, what you're asking now is, I want to be able to show young people that all of these companies that you know, you might be buying products from some of them already, but you could be working there too. I want you to know what they are doing in case that interests you, and then that can potentially be a job maybe that you pursue, or maybe you want to design a business based around what they are doing. So I work with some of them in that way, but I'm finding more.
We had a hand raised on the side.
Somewhere in the corner.
Dr. Lang,
Hello.
do you know Sizulu?
I wish, Baba, I wish. You know, my father knows it very well, but he got very lazy and he didn't teach me when I was young.
Okay,
So I
I
lost
understand.
out. Yeah.
Another hand. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank
okay,
you.
lastly, how was your journey? Was it fun or easy? What motivation or what last thing you want to give to the audience?
What? Sorry?
What's the last thing that you want to tell the audience for someone who wants to be like you someday?
Don't give up, guys. If I could leave you with one thing, don't be scared to push yourself outside of your comfort zone. If something interests you, explore it. Try it. Don't be scared to fail. Failing is not something that we want to hear. Failing is the opportunity for you to learn and to improve and to grow yourself and your skills. And then that's where you find the next opportunity. So explore everything that this symposium and this event has to offer, and you can't go wrong.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, hand for Dr. Dunn. So to take us through his view of the world of STEAMI and AI, please welcome founder and CEO of Granville Energy and Tabi Group, Mr. Tabi T. Tabi.
Good morning. Okay, let's see how many people we have in the room. All the smart kids in the room, please stand up. All the smart kids in the room, please stand up. Good. Great, I like that. All the creative kids in the room, put your hands up. Great. Okay, so you can sit down, thank you. Where's the Minister of Energy? Is he still here? Mr. Mokoena? Are you about to go? Okay, all right, you can go. So today we're talking about STEM, science, technology, engineering, and all of those nice things. And what the future holds for you guys as the young kids coming up to take over the world. I'm going to talk a little bit about artificial intelligence, but let me bring it down to our world today. How many of you experienced load shedding this week? This morning, okay. And how many times a week do you get load shedding? Every day. 3 times a day. Okay. Do you think that all the electricity we use every day is going to good use, or do you think we waste? How many people believe that we waste a lot of electricity? Okay, why and how? How do we waste electricity? Okay, let me help you out. So currently we waste about 35% of the electricity capacity we have in the country. That is a lot. So which means if we can save 35% of electricity, we probably will not have load shedding, or at least not as frequently as we do, right? Okay, so imagine that ESCOM needs to provide electricity, and in the morning, when you get ready to go to school, your parents are getting ready to go to work, you have the hot water running, your parents have to make breakfast. Demand of electricity is quite high, right? Because we all need electricity early in the morning. After work, after school, we come back home, your parents have to make dinner or supper, you need to watch TV, some of you have to do your homework, so we need more electricity in the evening, right? And during the day, we do not have a lot of need for electricity. Now imagine a situation where instead of ESCOM load shedding everybody else, ESCOM would know which of you left on the TV in your bedroom or your game console on that you're not playing, or the parents who left the offices and did not turn off the light, okay? Or somebody would turn on the geyser and the geyser is already hot, yet it's still putting electricity. And ESCOM can turn that off remotely. Alternatively, you have a small piece of software that runs in your house, it's a little gadget, like your Wi-Fi access point, which can tell your house electricity system to turn off certain devices, appliances like your TV, your fridge, the geyser, when ESCOM needs more electricity. That way we are contributing, you are contributing to save ESCOM from load shedding everybody. How would that make all of us feel? Wonderful. Okay. So with that kind of need, that's where we can, one of the areas where we can use artificial intelligence. How many of you have heard about artificial intelligence? You? Okay, who hasn't? Okay. So just to break it down for you, it's basically, do you know what software is, code is? You use Android phones, right? You play games, right? Yeah, okay, so that is software. So software controls the decision, the logic that drives your game, okay? Tells your game console when you push the button, it tells the game console what to do on the screen as well. So we can use the same software in a different way to learn how you use electricity at home. So every time your mother is baking, your father is watching TV or watching soccer or rugby, it stores that information, right? And when they're not watching TV, it stores the information. Also, at the same time, we can get information from ESCOM to know when ESCOM needs a lot of electricity to supply to factories, to the street lights, to other people, right? So this software knows who needs electricity the most at what time, and it can make that decision on the fly. So you don't have to remember to turn off the light in your bedroom. How many of you get shouted at by your mom when you leave the lights on in your bedroom? Yeah, me too. I used to get that a lot, right? So that is how artificial intelligence can be used one way that can help us out. Now, why is artificial intelligence important? It's important because as we have more people, we have more jobs, there's demand to make more things, and to save the environment, to save money as well, we need to do things better, right? So that is called efficiency. So we need to find better ways of doing things, and that's why artificial intelligence will help us to automate and make things more efficient. Now, for you, the youngsters coming up, the previous speaker spoke about your jobs that you do not yet exist. One of the biggest areas that will exist in the future is in artificial intelligence or AI, right? And for you to work in that space, you need to be good in the sciences and math and technology, right? Who amongst us is lazy? Who doesn't like to wake up in the morning? Yeah, me too. But you can be in bed and still make a lot of money by using AI, right? You want to pay the bills, you want to go on holiday, you want to buy nice things. So you can use science and math and technology to build solutions that can make money, like Dr. Dunn said earlier on. You can 3D design things that you can print, okay? But also at the same time, AI can help you identify which country, which city, which street needs your product the most, right? So what do you think about AI? Do you think it's cool? It is. Okay, who would like to study AI and computer science here? Okay, so let me tell you guys a quick story before I stop. Imagine you live in Limpopo and there's no telephone line in the village, but you have a radio, right? You can tune into the radio, listen to FM station, all the nice music. But it is coming one way to you. And then one morning you wake up and say, well, if these people can get to this box, how can I get back to them? How can I talk to them, right? And you sit in your science or your physics class and you understand something called frequency and how frequency works. And you look at the radio, you see those little gadgets inside, those little things that look like different colors. And you figure out that if you buy those things, you can also create your own radio. When you talk, people can hear you, right? And then you come home one day, you create your own radio. It's not perfect, but at least when you talk, if somebody tunes into the same frequency like a radio station, they can hear you talk. Now you have one that you receive, so you have two of them, one to receive, one to speak into, right, to transmit. Your friend has the same, you know, in the house. What have you done? You've created what? A telephone system, a wireless telephone, right? What is a telephone? You have a receiver and a transmitter. That's what it is, right? So that's what I did when I was 14 years old. So that's my story. That's how I started, because I live in a rural area where we did not have any telephone, and I had to communicate with my friends. So we decided in our club, science club, to create a telephone system, which we call a wireless radio. So long as you identify problems in your communities, okay, and you study and learn how to fix those problems, you will one day become change maker in the community. So today, before I leave, I want to encourage you people not to give up. All the challenges we see, the load shedding we have today, the fact that, you know, some of you might not get your taxi ride in the morning to get to school on time, all of these are challenges, but these challenges present you with opportunities, right? so that tomorrow you can start up companies, or you can work for companies or universities solving these problems, right? So when you go to class, when you think, when you do math and science, do not just look at numbers and equation and things you don't understand on the board. Think about the problems that you have to solve and see science and technology and math as the tools that you need to solve those problems, right? Okay, so that's what I'll leave you guys today. So don't give up, don't get discouraged. Take the challenges you have, turn them into opportunities. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tabi. Wait, please stay on stage with me before you run away. Does anybody have any questions for him? Any questions about AI specifically as well? Okay, do you want the microphone for that question? Something about, okay, we have a question over there, 2 questions over there, and one over here, another one over there, another one over there. See, you were gonna run away, sir.
Where do you come from?
It depends. Right now, I am from South Africa, but I moved here many years ago.
How many?
Yeah, so from Cameroon.
So how
It's okay. Take a deep breath. Deep breath. Let it out. You can ask your question now. Guys, can we please be kind to each other? Thank you. You can ask your question, madam. Or do you want your friend to help you?
So how do we lost electricity?
Okay, that's actually a good question. How do we lose electricity?
Okay, in the context of what we experience today, when the demand of electricity is too high than what ESCOM can supply, ESCOM is forced to switch off some people to be able to ensure that the generation plant does not fail, right? So they'll turn it off.
What do you find with
Okay.
population?
Yeah.
Sir, what do you find with a population?
I didn't get that.
Guys, can we please be kind to each other? Okay, do you wanna, what do you wanna find out? You can ask it in Sotho if you want to. Okay. Where's the other mic? You can ask.
Sir, I didn't understand when you said we waste 35% of in electricity.
Okay, it means that 35% of the capacity that we have, most of the time we have appliances that are running that we don't need to keep on. We can keep them off. Okay, so like if you leave the light on in your bedroom on, and you're not in the bedroom, you're wasting electricity. Okay.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, we're gonna take 2 more questions, and then we need to move on.
Sir,
And the girl over there at the back.
what inspired you to do all of this?
Say that again?
What inspired you to do all of this?
Oh, yes. Just like you guys, challenges that I faced growing up as a kid, okay? We live in an environment where electricity supply was never constant. There was no telephone line, and the roads were always bad. So it would take days, to travel from one city to the other, right? So instead of complaining, I decided to start thinking about solutions, okay?
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
My question is that how has your journey been so far?
It has been challenging, but ultimately very rewarding and fulfilling.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we please give it up for him one more time? Okay, we've been listening to a lot of talk, so can we please all stand up? Do a little shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. Another shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. We're gonna go to stage X now, and I want you guys to show me those moves when you're over there, okay? You're gonna do a shimmy, shimmy, shimmy? Alrighty, let's take a quick break. It's gonna be about 15, 20 minutes, they'll tell you over there, and then we're gonna come back for our next session for the day, okay? Hi, everybody. Hi, guys. Are we all doing good today? Well, I'm glad to hear that. To everybody that is online, we are back from our break, and this is the final session of the final day of Sasol Techno X 2023. I'm slightly sad about it, but like I said this morning, I say that with no tears in my eyes. Why? Because we are about to have an incredibly informative session today. This next session is going to be a combination of our innovation incubator speakers as well as our Professions Unplugged. So we're going to hear from people who have created such amazing innovations. I'd call them inventors myself. And then we're going to get into the daily lives of professionals in the world of STEAMY. That's science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics, and innovation. They're going to be sharing their challenges with us and what it is like to work in their profession on a day-to-day basis. Now, are we ready for our first speaker? Okay, before I tell you who our first speaker is though, I'm going to ask you that if you guys have your phones with you, I see you have your phones out, please post it to your social media and tag Sasol. That is at Sasol SA on Instagram and Sasol on Facebook, and use the hashtag SasolTechnoX. Okay, now, the first speaker has a job that allows her to develop innovative services that help users receive, control, as well as manage information. Here to tell us more about what it is to be an IoT engineer is Sindiswa Mafilika.
All right, thank you. What time is it? Oh, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sindiswa Mafilika. I'm an Internet of Things engineer. Yes, I know I look 12. Thank you very much. Okay, so I come from a company called Mafikeng Digital Innovation Hub. It is a techno hub where we cultivate and unearth innovative solutions. We create new jobs, future skills, and efficiency and effectiveness. So these are some of our services. Enterprise development, we have an incubation program for technopreneurs, aspiring technopreneurs, and people with existing businesses that want to transition into the fourth industrial revolution for efficiency. So we assist them from just the idea to running a very sustainable business, developing prototypes, and all that. And then we have our future skills development program. So that is where we are exposing people to these new technologies, to these new programs, like your artificial intelligence, like your data analytics. So what we do is that we add weight to existing qualifications. So if someone studied something, like let's say stats in varsity, and they want to upskill so they can be relevant in the market, what we do is that we give them a 6-month skills program so that they can add weight, giving them leverage so that they can compete with other people that want jobs. We also have our grassroots programs. So with our grassroots programs, what happens is that we are bridging the digital skills gap. We all understand that we come from a very, very rural country, right? So what we do is that we expose people to new technologies with our digital transformation program, and then our creative and design thinking program, because we want people to not see the box. We are normally told to think outside of the box. So what we do with this program is that we expose people to not seeing the box at all, which means there are no limits to their thinking. We also have our digital literacy, because there are people in our country that don't know how to use cell phones. So we expose them to such technologies so that before we can expect them to be programming and doing these insane things, that they have the basics of everything. So in doing all that, we came up with the Future Makers program, because we saw a lot of gaps in our programs, in our services, because we were expecting people to be coders, people to just be engineers, people to be doing these amazing things without the foundation. So that is when we went back to the drawing board and started with our Future Makers program. First, we started with exhibitions, where we showcase various technologies, your virtual reality, augmented reality, 3D printing, and other technologies to young people, not only just showing them, then they get excited, but what we do is we believe in allowing kids to break stuff. So we let you play with the components, we let you experiment, we let you do whatever you want to do. So what happens during the Future Makers Hackathon is that it's a hacking marathon. You are not hacking systems, you are hacking problems. We give you categories, we give you themes, you identify problems in those themes, let's say agriculture, and then you come up with a solution to that problem with your team. And then the most interesting part is that we expect you to build a prototype. So you don't just come and stand like I'm standing now with a presentation, but you have to show us something that actually works. Yeah. So you're exposed to creative and design thinking, business, so you can turn your solution into a sustainable business, and various technologies in the fourth industrial revolution. Now, Internet of Things. So the IoT is an umbrella that refers to billions of things that are connected to the internet, collecting and exchanging data among each other as devices and systems over the internet with the help of sensors. So now we are talking about what we call some sort of data engineering. I normally say that IoT is the core of data engineering because with these sensors, we engineer data. So to design, we all know the metaverse. To design the metaverse, we need a lot of data. So we use these sensors to get data to create the metaverse, which is a virtual world, which is a replica of the world that we live in. So it improves efficiency. You can imagine that you don't have to work as hard. I believe that if you were told to go give your aunt a letter like 2 hours away, you're gonna fight. So to make your lives easier, that's why technology was introduced. So we have 5 types of IoT, which is your consumer IoT. So consumer IoT is like your smart watches that gets your temperature, that gets your pulse and all that, and like your smart home security systems and all that. And then we have commercial IoT. This is smart stores, smart hotels, smart buildings. So you get into your office already knows you. It knows that Cindy likes her temperature at 32 degrees. So the moment you walk in, the temperature is at 32 degrees. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about commercial IoT. And then industrial IoT, that's manufacturing made easy. So you don't have to work hard. You can just control whatever from your cell phone, from your tablet, from whatever device. It makes manufacturing easier, making things more efficient. And then we have what we call infrastructure IoT. So with infrastructure IoT, we are talking about your car communicating with traffic lights, cars communicating with other cars, other vehicles, trains, planes, cameras, everything is communicating. So that is a safe world. That is a very safe world because now there is we eliminate what we call the human error. So now that even if you fall asleep while driving, hence the self-driving cars, even if you fall asleep while driving, you won't cause an accident. I'm not saying fall asleep while driving, but yeah. Okay, and then we have the Internet of Military Things, which was designed to preserve people's lives. Normally, when we hear people say, I'm going to be a soldier, you're scared for your life, you're hurt, you're hugging them like you're seeing them for the last time because we know how dangerous that is. So these technologies were designed to preserve their lives. So now, as you can see here, you can identify your enemy or your friend. Because if you're in a crossfire, I don't think you'd be looking to see, is that you? You're going to be shooting to save yourself. So to avoid things like that, such technologies were developed so that we can preserve people's lives. So a day in the life of an IoT developer or IoT engineer is basically centered around a lot of research. So not just thinking you know it all, but trends change all the time. So from time to time, you have to learn something, you have to collaborate with other people, you have to come up with insane technologies, And for me, in the incubation program in an innovation hub, it is mostly centered around assisting our innovators and our inventors with coming up with sustainable solutions that actually make sense, narrowing down their ideas, adding technologies to their existing ideas. And that's a lot of research, because I have to balance out understanding science, understanding engineering, understanding every aspect so that I can assist them with their innovations. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Now I want to do a quick recap with everybody. Let's see if you guys were paying attention. We heard her mention this multiple times. What does IoT stand for? Put your hand up. Okay, I like this side of the room. I want to ask this side of the room because you guys are like the naughty kids in the corner. What does we need to ask them a complicated question. Ask them something. A harder one.
Okay. What did I say is the core of data engineering?
IoT.
Okay, and what exactly are we using? They're close, but what are we using to engineer the data?
Sensors.
Lovely, she got it right.
Okay. Now, one more question I'm going to ask you guys, and then you guys are going to have an opportunity to ask her questions. Is that a deal? Okay. She mentioned that there's commercial IoT. We now know that IoT is Internet of Things, right? And she even had a picture. So this is for everybody that has, what's it called, visual memory. Can you give me an example of commercial Internet of Things? This one wants critical thinking.
That's
okay.
Consumer IoT. Close.
I can't hear you.
So it is found in facilities like hospitals.
He's right.
Okay. I'm gonna let one more person give me an example. An example of commercial IoT.
Robots.
TV? Not really.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna help you guys out. Okay? So have you ever seen in the movies where maybe somebody's sleeping and then they go and the lights go off? Have you guys ever seen that?
Yeah.
Okay. Did the clue help? I heard somebody say a name. Sort of. It's incorporated.
It's a temperature sensor.
Okay.
It's a room temperature something.
I'll give you another example. I get home and I say, Alexa, please turn on the TV.
Smart home system.
Yes! Okay, so looking at the room, it seems like, what grade are you guys in?
Ooh,
what grade are you guys in?
Oh,
but I give a grade 6. Okay, let's calm down. Aye, Luna. I'm gonna now open up the floor to ask Cindy some questions, because I can now tell that you guys learned something, okay? So please put your hand up. We're only gonna take 3 questions. Put your hand up and the microphone will come to you. We have a question over there. Do you have another question anywhere on this side? Please tell us your name and what school you come from, and then you can ask your question. And stand up so everyone can see you.
Hi everyone, my name is Loazi Ntrapo. I come from Santa Maria.
What's your question, Loazi?
Can I ask, how can cars control itself?
That's a good question. Give it up for him. That was a good question.
Okay, Loazi. There is what we call programming, Loazi, which is actually speaking to a machine in a language that it understands. So as much as I'm speaking English to you right now, machines understand different languages like your Python, your C, your C++. So to get cars to drive themselves or to be autonomous, we program them, we give them instructions, we put sensors in them so they know how to act. Yeah.
Okay. We have got our second question. What is your name, madam? Ooh, we can't.
I'm Betsy Butler, and I come from the school named Santa Maria Junior School. My question for you is, how did you become a huge engineer?
Okay, good question. Thank you so much. Well, I used to watch what we call Lab Rats, Dexter's Lab. Yeah. So I'd get so excited seeing all the different technologies, and I was like, I want to do that. And then I was exposed to a world that I learned that I actually could. So I started studying hard. I'm Microsoft certified. I'm a Microsoft certified IoT developer. So I started with that. I got a full stack development programming course that I also did. So that's how I got where I am, and lots of stress and practice.
Okay, let's take our final question over here. Please stand up, tell us your name, what school you come from.
My name is Stefan Panya and I come from Ikezeting Secondary High School. And there's my deputy principal, Miss Zinyani.
Hi, deputy principal.
Firstly, I'd like to answer that little boy who asked already, Goloi di sebetsa controlling themselves.
You wanted to answer him?
Yes, then I'm gonna...
No, but we are asking Cindy questions.
Okay, I'm sorry. Miss Cindy, so basically your company you work for is for investing in people who have dreams to evaluate the human society.
Okay, so we normally say that we work with the crazy people. So if you had an idea and people looked at you like you're crazy, or they actually told you that you're crazy, then you're our guy. We call ourselves the home of innovators, people with innovative, insane ideas that people don't understand. We have a guy that actually developed a generator that does not use fuel. It's a renewable energy generator. It doesn't even make noise. So we work with people that create insane things like that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. Please give it up for Cindy Siwe again.
Thank you.
Wasn't that an interesting session? Right? You guys want to carry on? Okay. We're still in our incubator innovator session, and so let's learn about our next speaker. But before I tell you a little bit about our next speaker, I just want to do a bit of housekeeping. So after our third speaker, we're going to have an exchange of students. So some of you, your buddies will lead you out. Please wait for your buddies to tell you when you need to go out so that you guys can explore everything that Sasol TechnoX has to offer. We have our Sasol Village, we have the Skills Village, as well as really cool exhibitions outside, and we also have Stage X. So make sure that at around, I think about 2 p.m. or 1:30 p.m., there's going to be a trash and show, I think. If there isn't a trash and show, there will be lots of music being played, and I think they're giving away prizes, okay? Yeah, I told you. It's fun here. Yes, Manchami, it's fun. Okay, so our next speaker is an innovator, entrepreneur, and humanitarian. She's the founder and director of COOI Studios. Please help me welcome to the stage, Sandiso Sibisi.
How's it, everyone? How's it, everyone? I even bought an outfit for you guys yesterday. I'm actually 36 years old. So I thought I would try and blend in, ne? So igama lami uSandi. So does everyone here understand Zulu except the other people? Do you understand Zulu? No. This side, do you understand Zulu? Kancane. Khanyane. So I will mix Zulu and English just to make myself comfortable. I am from KZN. Like I said, I'm quite much older than you guys, but don't worry about that. I'll try and be as cool as possible. So my speech for you guys today is titled Connecting the Dots. And I think it's quite important that I share the story with you because I'm going to share my life journey with you, but at the same time, I'm going to be telling you about the lessons that I learned in my journey. So this is basically the 4 different things about me. So this is little Sandy. So I don't think I've changed much. I'm still as cute. I went to Potchefstroom High School. Does anyone know where Potchefstroom is? Okay, it's in KwaZulu-Natal. And then I worked at Accenture for about 9 years. Does anybody know about the company called Accenture? Okay, well, it's a company that provides consulting services to large organizations, particularly around the technology space. And then lastly, today, I'm actually an entrepreneur. So I actually own my own business. I've got about 12 people employed in the business. It's been running for about 4 years. Thank you. So, but the road to get there was not so easy. This is basically my family life. I've got an older brother, and this is my mom. We did lots of family things, and this is my dad down there. I want to tell you that I wasn't the most smartest kid while growing up. I can tell you now that I probably went to prize giving only twice in my life. Who's been to prize giving before? You see. And so prize giving basically means you're typically the smartest person in the grade or in the school, right? So I was only able to go to prize giving on 2 occasions. The second thing about me is that in matric, I didn't get the highest marks, right? So it doesn't mean that just because you're not the smartest kid, you will not be the most successful. I want to tell you that. So if you feel like you're very average in what you do at school, do the best that you can with what you have. And so in this growing up, my parents were entrepreneurs. So my mom, at that time, so my dad used to force us to go with him to these things. Spata ma camera, spata all these things. Being a kid, so if your parents are telling you to help them in their business, do it. It's going to give you the skills you need to be successful in your very own business. My mom, on the other hand, was a caterer. Anyone? Yes. And you know what it's like? Wash amabhodwe, wash izitsha, umsebenzi omningi, right? But that teaches you hard work because what you know, at the end of that catering gig, your mommy gets a paycheck. She gets something, right? And she's able to go and buy you your favorite shoe or your favorite t-shirt. So anything in life comes with hard work. There is no shortcuts. And that's what I want to tell you. The lesson number 1 you must remember today is influence. So what's happening in your current circumstance right now, the parents that you have, what you spend your time doing. So obviously, if you're helping your mom and your dad do their ventures, over the weekends, you don't have time to be playing in the streets. Abo hopscotch nani ne. You're always working, right? But this influence actually builds you up for your future. And so the first lesson I want you to understand is that influence. Think about how are you spending your time right now as a young person, and how is that going to help you be the person that you want to be? Okay. The second one is growing up. I went to Potchefstroom High School, and when other kids are better than you in life, like I said, I wasn't the smartest kid. you sometimes feel like you don't deserve. Like you sometimes feel like you're not the best at what you do. So what you do is you end up always going in a little corner, always hiding. You probably cannot tell who I am in this picture. Can anyone see which one is me there? Which one? Which one? At the bottom somewhere. This is actually me. I'm sorry the picture's not clear, but this is me, no hair, like feeling like I'm not the prettiest girl, feeling like I'm not the smartest girl, standing there in the back, not even smiling at the picture. So if you are going through, and I want to say I probably was going through a depression phase at the time in my career. But then what happened was when I came to Joburg and when I was at Wits University, I learned about how it's okay to actually be different, you know, how it's okay to have different color hair, how it's okay to be skinny. Because sometimes I used to get teased in high school. I used to get called umqondo because my legs are very, very skinny. And I'm very, very tiny. So kids are very horrible. They actually tease you, right? They call you all sorts of things. So you end up believing that you're actually not this person that you think you are. And so what's very important is that when you get exposed to new environments, like just believe in yourself. So very soon you guys are going to go to university. There are going to be so many other kids from different parts of the country. There are going to be kids that are richer than you, that go to these very expensive schools. It doesn't matter. There are people that have got more money than me growing up. Their parents had very expensive cars, but today I'm more successful than them. So don't ever think that just because you don't have, you're not going to be something. So work with what you have. Okay, this is my new life. Now I've arrived in corporate culture. I did, you know, when you give your all and everything, so just focus on what you have, whether it be you at work really, really hard. Whatever you're given, always give it your best shot. And then somebody is always watching. Somebody is always watching. Somebody's going to give you an opportunity. So because I was working so hard, when opportunities of travel came, people always said, Sandiso can go. Because everyone knew that whatever I did, I applied my mind to it. So even if you are given like a petty task, like picking up litter at school or whatever it is, pick up litter with a lot of pride and honor because you're actually contributing to environmental wellness. So whatever you do, no matter what the job is, washing your mom's pots, do it with pride. It's going to count someday. And this third lesson is called sponsorship. When I spoke about somebody's always watching, then somebody is going to nominate you for big opportunities because you have proven yourself, because you have worked so hard. So whatever's going on in your life, do the best that you can with wherever you are. And this is the part when things go wrong. So life is not always going to be great. There will be some times when you're going to get challenged. There are going to be some times when you're going to fail. And so when I was in corporate, I had a failure in my career, and I had to go back and be like, sure, what do I do? And at that time, I was crying. I was a miserable person, you know, very, very, like, I built this career, and things were just not going to work out. But in that time of grief, in that time of failure, you could not tell that during this time, I was going through a court battle with my employer. I was being fired at work. But I was having the best time of my life because I said, you know what? I know what I've done. I know what self-belief comes in here because I knew whatever they were saying, it actually doesn't really matter because I know that I'm special. I know that I work hard. I know that I deliver. And therefore, during this time when I was going through a court battle for 4 months, I was living the best time of my life because I knew what I was worth. So make sure that you always know what you have and be honest. Like, I know I wasn't a thief. I know I did my work well. So whatever my employer was fighting me about, I knew that I was going to be successful. This is like the entrepreneur's time. So I think I've always been destined to be an entrepreneur. The company that I run is called KUI Studios. It stands for Co-Open Innovation. What we do is we do technology solutions for large corporations like Nestle, Nedbank, Old Mutual, Engine, Telkom, just a lot of companies. But basically, all the troubles I've had, all the missteps that I had, all the mistakes that I had, all the time my parents were forcing me to do stuff I don't want to do, it all led up to this. So remember I used to help my dad with his videography stuff? Today, I'm able to also run my own business because he's taught me some very special lessons. And in this time, I've met so many people. One of them was being Prince Harry, Meghan Markle. I've met multiple presidents in the country. I've met like so many people. Traveled to probably more than 20 countries in the world. But this comes because I worked hard. So if you leave with anything today, I want to tell you that wherever you are, even if there's no food at home, it actually doesn't matter. It's a temporary situation that you can sort out if you work hard and you study hard and you get to university, you complete a degree, and you start to work. So you can change any of your circumstances. The last lesson here is actually diligence. And so in my business today, I am working so hard even still today because people's salaries need to get paid. So I need to work hard, and so diligence comes in. But if you're not a person, okutele, naturally, a person who's just a hard worker, things are going to fall apart. And although that things in my company are not always smooth, but I still go back and I work hard. So if anything I told you today, it's these lessons. It's about influence, the people you keep around. Even if you don't have parents, your grandmother, your sister, they influence your life. It's self-belief, it's sponsorship, it's support, and it's diligence. And that's all I have for you today. Thank you so much. Okay. Hi.
Thank you, Sandiso. I must just say you look amazing.
Thank you.
Can you all give a round of applause for Sandiso, guys? She looks top tier. Okay, my name is Ofenza Letlaw. I'm a student at Hoërskool Sasolburg High School. I am in grade 11, and I am one of 2 youth MCs here to be with you guys today, and you also look all amazing. Please give yourself a round of applause. So, we can all agree that Miss Sandiso is amazing, right? So, do we have any questions for Miss Sandiso, please? Yes, over there.
I would like to ask, have you been on the news?
Yes, I've done lots of interviews in the news, yeah.
Oh.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sandiso.
Hi.
I have a question here. I can tell that you had a very difficult upbringing. So what kept you going? Like, who was your inner pusher? Like, your motivator, your inner core?
Okay. So in growing up, my dad got really sick. My dad has got a neurological, like a brain problem, brain tumor. So he got off work very early. And then my mom has been the person who's been looking after the family so long. So I've always felt like she never had like the best marriage ever. And so it was very important for me that I become successful just for her. So if anything, if she was not able to attain her dreams, I need to make sure that I do that for her. And that's always kept me going. It's because of that.
We have a last one that side. We have another question that side.
Okay.
I have a question. Have you ever got that thought that you wanted to give up but you didn't?
Failure is not an option. Like, what am I gonna eat if I fail? Like, failure is not an option. Like, I mean, in business, like, people say no to me all the time. I'm always failing, but I actually can't give up. Yes, I failed today, but tomorrow is a new day with new promises, new opportunities. I wake up and I try again. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, guys. Thank you, Ms. Sandiso.
Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is someone who does a variety of interesting roles at Sasol. The official title is QC Welding Inspector and Maintenance Shutdown and Engineering Planner. Let's find out more about Gebile KK.
You guys. Hi, everyone. My name is Ketitseng Kebile, hence the KK. It comes from that. It's actually my initials. Okay. I was actually in your position. You said, what grade are you guys? I was in your position around 2007, which means I'm actually 34, guys. Yes, this was when I started my career. So I think with most of you guys, when you complete your matric, or when you are towards completing your matric, you wonder what you want to do, what you want to study. At times like that, when you don't get opportunities like you guys, like us, we didn't get much of these. You wonder what you want to do. Or most of us, we grow saying we want to be doctors. We woke up, we want to be electricians, we want to be engineers, but you don't know what it actually takes or what that actually means. You go to the doctor, you see, yes, the doctor heals you, all they do is give us painful injections. And then you don't know how, actually, what it takes, what is it that they do to get to their career. So, with my case, it's a very different story. When I wanted to be, I actually wanted to go to IT, but then I went to one of the career exhibitions, and then I saw there is a totally different world out there. And so I became interested in becoming an inspector and being in the technical world. So what I started, I took a learnership with Sasol. So I think you guys haven't been to the exhibition site. You haven't. So what Sasol does is it gives learnerships. So if you didn't get an opportunity to go to university or you did not qualify for you to be able to study to be a mechanical engineer or an electrician, there is alternatives, which is learnerships at Sasol. At Sasol, they require math and science. Good marks is always advisable, although we are not very specific at percentages that you passed at school, right? But why I say getting better marks is always best is because when you get to the company, the tests that we do there, or for everything that we study, we write tests. And there, the marks, we need 80% and above, but you do get 3 times. So if you're gonna fail 3 times, I don't know what you want. So then the company is gonna get rid of you. The learnerships are now 3 years. Mine, at that time, 2 years. So I did this practice for 2 years. I'm a professional welder, by the way, as you can see. So I actually go around, I am proof. I was the first woman welder at Sasol. So I was part of a project that women can do this, right, girls? I'm a living product of it. So it doesn't mean just because you're a man or you're a woman, you can't do this. There is no such. I do not limit. As long as you are passionate about it and you are serious and you know what you want in life, then you can do it. And we can't all just go to the top. So I committed myself to start at the bottom. I can't be a welding engineer or be a welding inspector if I simply can't weld myself. If I'm gonna fail you, if I'm gonna test your report, I know exactly why I'm failing you and I can show you how to do it. So this is why I started at the bottom. So our learnerships take 3 years for now. And it's renewable every year, right? So if you don't perform, like I said, they give you 3 chances. So if you don't perform and you keep failing, they will cut your contract and you don't finish. So after I've qualified my learnership as a welder, I worked as a welder for Sasol for 5 years. In that time, I was the only woman in the workshop in Sasol Secunda, permanent, right? We were 8 ladies trained. I was the only one appointed. So in that 5 years, I was exposed to other departments. I was acting as the foreman and I'm working with, I could proudly say, your fathers. People like, your father's age, close to being people that are now grandfathers. Lapo, you are the youngest. When you try to lead them, they'll be like, what do you know? You just got to the industry. This is a man's environment. It is a male-dominated field. So if you are not strong and you're not focused, you could easily give up. So you guys must focus and know your goal, and then you will succeed and keep pushing. And even in the workshop, I was the only lady in the welding field. So that made it even more difficult. Remember, if you choose a career like this, you handle metals, as you can see. You handle heavy equipment and heavy jobs. And because you are qualified, they'll be like, they won't help you. They'll be like, you are qualified. You said you want to do this. You get the money for this, so you have to handle it. The nice thing about Sasol, okay, they do have equipment that will make your job much easier. You wouldn't, like, safety comes first at Sasol. So if it's not safe, you don't do it. If you feel I'm gonna do this and it's gonna hurt me, you don't do it. So safety comes first. In that process, then I studied. I didn't wanna do this for the rest of my life, so I continued my studies at the South African Institute of Welding to study QC, welding inspection. So meaning, typical example, the chairs that you are guys sitting on, they're steel on the sides. That structure is welded. It's made out of steel. So we build stuff like that. So we manufacture stuff from scratch. Cars. If you see cars are welded, guys. So we have to be trained. It's different types of welding. We've got your stick, we've got your argon, we've got underwater welding, we've got plastic welding. So if you are trained at Sasol, at least you are a professional welder. I think you've guys seen these gentlemen that always stands on the road with big cylinders there, like they are mechanics or what. You've seen them, right? When you see maybe other people got problems with their car and they park there and they try to help them with those big cylinders, right? And maybe they weld it. And even Labo Baba at Lokshin, or you find them welding without helmets, right? They just go on and they weld. So the only disadvantage about those weldings is they are not inspected, they are not checked. That's why you find maybe some gates, emakaya, they've got holes. Right, it's because they're not trained. They were just welding. So things like that are not accepted at Sasol. So when you're a professional welder at Sasol, each and everything that you weld at Sasol, it's inspected and it goes through X-ray and it has to pass. Because companies like Sasol, lay this one across the road. If that thing, one mistake blows up, we are all dead, even here. The whole of Sasolburg can be affected, hence they only use professional welders. So your welding has to be X-rayed and it has to pass. So that's why they train us like this. And that's why your weldings are inspected and stuff like that. So when it comes to other things like electrical and all those stuff, same here. We are tested and everything has to be perfect, right? So you guys, if you want to succeed in life, all you have to do, be passionate and tell yourself that you can do this. So after I studied my welding inspection, I continued to plan the jobs that are gonna be welded and manufactured. Hence now I'm also a maintenance engineering planner and the youngest. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Els KK, for not only telling us about the day in your life as a professional welder, but also showing all of us, and especially the girls over here, that you can enter a male-dominated space and you can break boundaries of not only the what it means to be a woman in a male-dominated space, but also the age. Because I'm sure daily in your life you're confronted with issues of ageism, or maybe you have a lot of intergenerational conversations, and that's also another great opportunity because you learn from the
my
people that you
seniors
work with as well, and you're equipped even more.
Very.
Now I'm sure we all have questions for her. Do we have questions?
Yeah.
Please put your hand up. You guys already know how we do it, right? The mic will come to you. Do we have questions on this side of the room? Okay, we'll take note of that.
Question is,
Hi, what's your name?
I'm Hela.
Hi, Amo.
I want to ask, how did you gain your confidence?
Oh, wow. I'm actually an introvert. I'm a very shy person. I guess me always reaching out to schools and speaking to you guys gave me the confidence.
Again. No, I like you. You are learning.
Can I ask, how did you feel holding a welding machine?
Yeah. Yes, that's actually a very interesting and important question. Through my experience, since you see now nowadays that we also have male designers, you'll find that Messi is here looking all this gorgeous. You'll find out that probably her outfit was made by a man. So is welding. So for me, as a woman, because we are women and because we are very careful than men, for me, that's how it worked out for me. It's like I was sewing. So that's how you concentrate and you get used to the skill. So it's practice, yeah.
Wait. You are dealing with steel, with fire, with sparks. When I
fire again.
Okay, that's so cool. Let's take this question over here.
Yeah.
We'll take that one and then the last one at the back.
Okay.
Well, I want to know if, I think future is approaching, right? Well, I want to know if robots could replace your career.
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
If robots could replace your career. Well,
my career?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, everything is, I wouldn't say replaceable, but we improve, right? In my trade, yes, we train people to weld physically. So now in the new learnerships, we also have operators. Né? You'll find that I am now setting up the machine. Né? Yes, unlike me doing it physically, now you have to know how to operate this specific machine to weld, especially with big equipment. You'll find a pipe or whatever, something like a truck, petrol, that you see how big is that thing. So imagine if a human being has to weld that thing, when are they gonna finish? See what I mean? So yes, we are trained up to probably the biggest thing I've welded is about 20-inch pipe. So if that is, it takes long. So if for things like that, then we have machines that I'm gonna set up the machine that you have to monitor it for it to do that proper job. Yes, I'm listening. We're not killing a lot of jobs. There is jobs that still require physical welding.
I'll put it to you, if I may add, and I think as you go and explore the other exhibitions, sir, you'll see that, and one of the biggest things about this exhibition and the I in STEAMY is called innovation, right? So the same way that we had the first industrial revolution we went into the second, the third, and now we're in the fourth. So that's what she's saying. Your job doesn't get destroyed. It's about us evolving the same way that our technology does. So the jobs will evolve, and I think it would be a great opportunity for you. Just now we're about to break for us to exchange. You'll see that there's a lot of innovation. So please do pay attention when you go and explore. Okay, we're going to take two more questions, and then the kids are going to exchange. So there's that one over there and that one at the back.
Cool. How hard was it to get in the industry?
How hard was it? Well, to get into the industry, well, I'm going to speak for Sasol since I'm with Sasol. You apply for a learnership if you want to be trained like I do. So you apply for it, and then you'll be asked questions. So if you go through with the learnership, you'll have a test, and if you pass, you go through. So it wasn't that hard. So as long as you have your maths and science and you pass well.
Okay.
Yes.
Last question. Please stand up, tell us your name, what school you go to, and then ask your question.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Mofisi Chakela. I'm from Iketeteng Comprehensive Secondary School. I'm doing grade 12. And I heard you mention hyperbaric welding. I would love to ask, what are the disadvantages of hyperbaric welding, which is underwater welding?
Disadvantages? Okay, I wouldn't call it...
At least like 2 advantages and 2 disadvantages, because there's not always the good side in something.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say disadvantage. It depends on what type of welder you want to be, you understand? So welding on its own, it's dangerous. Whether you're underwater or you are like surface ground, it's a dangerous job on its own. So it's just that the other one is done underwater. So I would say, obviously, you have to, when you want to take the one underwater, you can't be a person who fears water, who can't swim, or who is scared of, you understand what I mean? So it's literally underwater. But obviously, everything that is done there, we do it safely. So you just have to be trained, and then you're good.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Please, can we give it up for KK one last time? Okay, well, I can definitely tell that you guys learned, and I'm excited to tell you that you're about to learn even more. I've already mentioned that Sasol TechnoX has a whole lot of really cool exhibitions for you guys to explore, so I hope that you take away a lot more. To everybody that is in the room now, we're about to do a quick exchange, so our students, your buddies will lead you out of the room, and then we'll have a transfer of our other students coming into the room. So it'll be about 3 minutes while we have that transfer. Please enjoy the rest of the exhibition, guys.
There's no one else who loves me like you used to.
And we are back from our little break. Hello to all the new kids that have just entered the room. Hi, guys. Are you guys enjoying your day so far? That's so wonderful to hear. Now, quick question. Have any of you been in this room yet, this entire week? Is this your first time at Sasol Techno X? I heard a yes. So some said no, some said yes, but most of you said yes. That's really cool. Well, I have some really good news for you. You guys are about to listen to three really cool speakers that are going to be enlightening us on what it is to walk in their profession. They're going to share what the day in their life is like, and they're going to tell us what their challenges have been. We're also going to unlock and just get some insight from really cool innovators in their spaces. Does that sound cool? You guys don't sound like it's a Friday. You don't sound like it's Koratu weekend. Okay, I'll add in a sweetener. After these three speakers, we're going to close off. But stage X, at the end of the day, when we're all done in this room, is going to have some really cool music. I think we're going to have a competition, and we're going to have fun. We're going to end off the day like it's a Friday. Does that sound good? Yeah. So let's make a deal. We pay attention in these sessions. We learn, we write down notes, and we ask questions because we don't know when we're going to have an opportunity to engage with these industry leaders again, okay? Does that sound like a deal? Yeah. Okay. Now, the next speaker is part of the Society for Automation Instrumentation Mechatronics. Hey, Sahua. Let me try one more time. Our next speaker is part of the Society for Automation Instrumentation Mechatronics and Control. Got it. I think he's best suited to tell us what all of that means because he even messed up my English with that. Let's please welcome to the stage John Pala.
Hello, everyone. It's a Friday afternoon, so I will try to keep it short and sweet before everyone starts falling asleep. So before I get started, let me just tell you a little bit about myself. 20 years ago, I was in matric in the northern side of the country in Limpopo, Beggarsford, Mutlolela village to be specific, so I'm a village boy. So after my matric, thanks to my father who worked for Sasol, so he insisted that I become an engineer. So post my matric, I did not start immediately the following year. So that gave me enough time to explore engineering field, to find out what engineering is all about. And that's then I started learning about control and instrumentation. So then I studied National Diploma Control and Instrumentation here in the Val Institute of Technology. I started working for Sasol. I spent some years in Secunda. Then I also worked for Sasol here, Sasolbeck. I worked for Siemens for the past few years. Now I work for Natref. That is my current employer. During the time, I also got involved with, like she mentioned, the Society for Automation, Instrumentation, Mechatronics, and Computer Engineering. That is the society or organization I represent for the Val branch. So I think that's a little bit about myself. But my topic for today is just to tell you more about what control and instrumentation is all about and what we do on a daily basis. I just want to ask this question. Can anyone or everyone agree that for you to control something, you need to be able to measure it? If I need to control the time I'm going to stand before you here, I at least need some instrument to measure time. That is a watch. So instrumentation, control, and automation. Like I mentioned, you need instruments to measure something that you want to control. And now there's a part, automation. I think few speakers have already spoken about automation. Automation is basically now you want to reduce or minimize the manual work. That's where it comes, the part of the control comes in. So, what is it in a process plant or any manufacturing industry? Maybe Sasol, for example. Probably you've seen something similar to this picture that you're seeing if you go outside. What is it that we are measuring and controlling? So, for Sasol or Natref to produce fuels, diesel, petrol, you can name them. You can even go out and talk about in the mining industry, this process, in a clothing making industry, in a food making industry, there's process in doing that. So what is it that we measure and we want to control during that process? We've got levels. Imagine a tank, a Jojo tank at the home. There's water in there. So now here, obviously, is a manufacturing or process industry. You'll have levels in these things that you see here, which are the vessels and the tanks. You want to control the pressure, the flow of the products that are going in and out of the system. The temperature, the quality. Imagine if you buy a diesel that is made by Natref, that is not on spec. You know about the emissions, the pollution of the environment. So quality, basically, you're measuring the specification of the products. Temperature, there's some moving machines which you need to measure the speed. Like I mentioned, before you control something, you need to measure it. Imagine you want to control your speed, and you don't have anything to show you at what speed you're driving. You won't be able to control it, right? So these are the variables we control in a process manufacturing area. As you can see, some picture below there, you will have the engineering station. That is where control instrumentation do most of the work. That's what they do, the automation, the control, and the programming of the control which you want to control it. So this is what we see, typical control room. When you produce in a process plant, like example, like Sasol, you're not gonna be always outside doing the manual work. There will be someone who's sitting in a central control room like this, and now monitoring what's happening on the plant. Is it safe? Is it optimal? Is it reliable? That is what happened in instrumentation. Then, for these instruments, imagine if a traffic officer stops you on the road and they say you were driving 130 kilometers per hour. Meanwhile, you were driving 80. That means that any instrument that you use to measure, it must be tested, it must be functional, it must be calibrated according to set standards. And in South Africa, we know we've got some standards, South African Bureau of Standards. You will see a sticker everywhere you see. You've got some South African national standards. There can be any local standard that you set for yourself, but the bottom line is the instrumentation that you use to measure, they need to be accurate. If I need to know now is 10 minutes before 1 o'clock, this needs to be accurate, right? So this is a typical test bench or workbench where the control instrumentation engineer will be testing the instrument. We have associations that regulate our engineering ethics and profession and code of conduct. Engineering Council of South Africa. We need, as engineers, we get registered with these professions. And the one I represent, the Society for Automation, Instrumentation, Mechatronics, and Computer Engineering. So I'm a Val Branch General Manager for this area. So basically, all we do is just to advance the knowledge amongst the professionals. We welcome everybody, even up to your level, the learners, up to university. You can join us. We have monthly sessions where we can just talk about what's in the industry, the fourth industrial revolution, the wireless communication, what's new in the industry with regards to automation and instrumentation. And there's some companies that support these organizations for them to run. Then, what about the careers, the choices you have in instrumentation? Depending on what route you're going to choose in terms of education, After your matric, you might decide you don't really want to go to university, or you want to go to University of Technology, or you want to go to TVET college, or you just don't want to go to a college, but you want to start working. If you are interested in instrumentation, all those options are available. You can become an artisan. Luckily, you only need to pass the easy subjects, maths and physical science. That's it. Yeah, the easy one, ne? Okay, then in the sectors, you can work literally anywhere. You can work in a petrochemical, like Sasol, Natref. You can work in a fast-moving goods, that's basically your food manufacturing company or clothing. You can name them. The mining, you can also work in the mining industry. The car manufacturing industry, you can also work there. There's always instruments that measure something, there's always instruments that control something, and there's always automation part of it. Then there's the whole range of specialization you can choose from. You can become a control instrumentation engineer, like I am, that's what I do. But there's specialization fields, so you can be an automation engineer, you can be a programmer, you can be a system integrator, you can be a design or design engineer, you can be a project engineer. So there's the whole range of fields you can choose within control, instrumentation, and automation. Any questions? That's the end of my story. I guess all of you now know what I do for fun and living.
Thank you, Mr. John Pala. Thank you for enlightening us about SAIMC. With you guys is Gift Makamo from Igeteten Comprehensive Secondary School. And firstly, I would like to ask you, sir, in your field of study, what was your best motivation to achieve?
What was my?
Motivation to achieve.
Okay, I think like I mentioned, sometimes I think, pardon? Okay, it's fine. Okay, back to my answer. My motivation to achieve was, as I mentioned, maybe it should be an advice to you as well. Do not let the background at home determine where you will be in life. So I'm one of the learners who walked to school barefooted. So my motivation to achieve has always been, I know where I come from, and this is where I want to be.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions from the audience? Any questions this side? Okay.
No questions.
So we have a good...
That's where we start working. Because if it doesn't crash, then we have no work to do. So if you are one of those people who get excited when the TV breaks at home, when any electronic stuff breaks at home, then I will welcome you in the future in the industry. So if the system crashes, that's when we really start getting to it. So we obviously have a limited time to recover, to get the system running. If it needs to be replaced, you replace. If it needs to be engineered out, you can redesign it so it can meet your functional requirements.
We have a question, or is there anyone satisfied? So what are the requirements if one should partake in the SAIMC?
Okay, SAIMC has, I think, about 7 branches. So there's, in the Vaal area, there's also Johannesburg branch if you are from that side. But in the Vaal, I'm the contact person. So from when COVID-19 started, we always had the virtual attendance. But now we actually normally meet at the bowling club here in Sasolburg next to Fleves Mareka. So if you are interested in joining, I also live in the local area here. So I can be contacted, then you can enjoy our technology evenings free of charge. We talk about technology and instrumentation.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for Mr. John Pala. Okay, next in line, he's the co-founder and CEO of Moya Money. a fintech company whose mission is to make self-employment sustainable in Africa by making it easier for businesses to manage and pay freelancers. So guys, let's welcome Thulani Masebenza.
Thank you for that introduction, and hello everyone. I hope you are doing well today. So you guys are so lucky, because I think when we were in high school, our generation, we didn't have these opportunities of amazing speakers coming to tell you about what they do and having an amazing setup like this. So shout out to Sasso and just shout out to the team before I go into my talk today. So as they mentioned, my name is Thulani Masebenza. I'm the co-founder of a company called Moya Money, and we're going to deep dive more into what Moya Money does. But to make the context of what I'm going to be discussing today make sense, I'm going to give you a bit of background of myself. So I was actually a very average student, 50s and 60s. So everyone here in the room that has 50s and 60s, please be proud of yourselves, and I hope your teachers are not listening to my advice right now. But that's mainly because the first lesson that I learned on my journey is that everyone is a winner and everyone has the capacity to win if people just believe and dedicate their time to helping you succeed. That was the first lesson that I learned, and on my journey, I was also a very confused young person. I wanted to go study law, so I actually went to Wits to study a BA because I was interested in becoming a lawyer, and almost 1 year into it, I realized I did not enjoy law at all. I actually was more passionate about business. So I went into entrepreneurship. I went and studied at Wits Business School, and after getting my degree, I worked as a management consultant. So how many people here in the room know what a management consultant is? Okay, thank you. We'll discuss that more at the end, but a management consultant simply solves problems. So if you're interested in solving problems, particularly businesses' problems, that's the perfect career for you. And after that, I was lucky enough to go to a program in Columbia where I studied alongside Harvard and Stanford professors. And that's when I really started getting interested in technology as well. And then I co-founded 2 companies. The first one is called Young Aspiring Thinkers. We've worked with the likes of Trevor Noah Foundation, BCG, Cornell University, and Oracle, but I'm no longer formally part of that organization, and now my current business, Moya Money. So that's the topic of what I'm going to be discussing today, what we do at Moya Money and the new economy. So there's a new phase of employment in Africa right now. Everyone is telling young people to get jobs in South Africa. We're obviously trying to solve unemployment. There's actually an exciting new industry booming for young people, and that's self-employment. And what self-employment looks like is freelancers working for themselves, subcontractors working on projects, and as we typically know in the creative industry, creatives that are doing their own work, such as music, such as photography, such as design. And what Moya Money is doing is making money flow in this economy. So what we do at Moya Money is we essentially built a platform for businesses. We built an app. And I think that's what's interesting about my journey is that I actually can't code, I can't do any software development, but curiosity led me here. And I think for all you guys, it's important to be curious and to keep asking yourselves questions about what you're passionate about, what you want to do in life, and what problems we want to solve, and you can find yourself in some interesting places. But what we do is we allow companies such as Sasol to load all their subcontractors, people that work for themselves and people that own their own time, and pay them through this system. And we essentially do this for hundreds, if not thousands of freelancers. We've worked with about 7 clients who have about 7,500 freelancers. And that's essentially Moya Money. So to wrap up on my journey, so far building this company, we started it in 2021, and at the end of 2021, we were selected as the first South African business to participate in an incubator in Barcelona, Spain. So I was lucky enough to go to another country, and what that incubator means is they take ideas such as ourselves and they invest money and they invest resources to help people like me who can't code build these businesses. After that, we were able to raise a bit of investment and funding. And currently in 2023, we have just been part of the MultiChoice Innovation Fund, and they are slowly becoming one of our clients that we're going to launch with soon, and was selected as one of the top 10 startups by the World Bank. And we at least were able to get some capital as well there. So, as I mentioned, I believe the future is self-employment. But before I deep dive into this topic, I wanted to maybe ask one person, I'll pick on someone in the crowd, what does it mean to be self-employed? I'm going to pick you, ma'am, there in the front. This one right over here. Yes. What does it mean to be self-employed? What does it mean to work for yourself?
Being self-employed means that you yourself, you're working for your own, which means you are your own boss.
Okay, she's correct. So self-employment does mean being your own boss, but it goes further than that. It actually goes into passion. If you speak to a lot of people that are self-employed, they're not what you think. It happens in every industry. This could be photographers, this could be software developers, this could be people that maybe used to be accountants or lawyers and have just decided to actually work for themselves because they want to own their own time, or maybe they like the flexibility. I think self-employment is also cool because this is what the future is looking like. No longer people working necessarily in offices, people working in coffee shops, people working from home, and people are able to generate their own income and, like she mentioned, become their own boss. So to close off on this topic, I'm just going to talk about opportunities to become self-employed. So nowadays, it's easier than ever to get skills. Every single one of us here, I'm sure, has used YouTube. And instead of maybe taking the time to look at the latest music videos or the latest trends, you can actually teach yourself technical skills. You can teach yourself maybe how to make music. You can teach yourself maybe how to make a movie. That technology is possible. You can teach yourself how to build a mobile app. Like I'm telling you, I can't code myself, but I built one. If you are curious and you're passionate about these things, you can teach yourself anything. Yes, I do believe you can go to university, and all of you should, but if the opportunity is not there for you to go study at WITS or UCT, I think whatever you're passionate about, whatever you want to solve, just go on YouTube and see if you can learn that skill yourself. The second thing is that tech is building a borderless world. Nowadays, people, like I mentioned, are making money at home. Nowadays, what we're also seeing trends in the market is that companies in the US, companies in the UK, companies in all over the world, Europe, Germany, you name it, they are so interested in African talents. They're so interested in you guys sitting in this room. And the reason being is because they know that you guys are highly skilled and they will hire you. They will hire you for such unique opportunities you never even imagined. I have a friend who's a software developer, and he's making close to R500,000 a year working for a company in the Netherlands, and he's never even been to their offices even once. So just consider that mobile phone that you have in your pocket can connect you to all sorts of opportunities. And lastly, platforms such as Moya Money can also help you collect or formalize your income. So we can provide you with a bank account where you can get paid by your client. And what we're starting to go into right now is allowing people that work for themselves to be able to get access to credit, to be able to get access to insurance, and to be able to get access to things that formal and professional people get maybe working at Sasol. So thank you for making the time, and that's my talk.
Thank you, sir, for being here with us. It's really a great opportunity for us to learn what you do and how you do it. And I think I have a question before we get into the... we've talked about what it means to be self-employed and the advantage of self-employment. I would just like to ask, what does it take to be self-employed? What type of morals should you have? What are the requirements?
So I think the biggest thing is actually discipline. I think one thing that people underestimate with self-employment is you have to be disciplined. Because you don't have a boss telling you do X, do Y, do Z, you have to be disciplined enough to wake up every single day at the same time, have the discipline to reply to your clients, and have the discipline to organize your time. So if you speak to people that are actually self-employed, you'll probably actually find that their job is harder than people that are maybe working in formal companies because of the level of responsibility they have to put on themselves.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone in the audience who has questions? No, anyone? Oh, what, guys? You don't want to know how your money works? Really? Ha! You're okay. Like no one at all? Sure. Oh, don't be scared, guys. He's here for us. Really? Okay, thank you, Mr. Tulani.
Thank you.
Great. Hello, everybody. How are you today? Great stuff. The ladies over there, your pink hats are killing me. You look absolutely amazing. Okay. Okay, everybody, to introduce our last speaker for today, last but definitely not least, our next speaker is a person who has been regularly quoted saying, there needs to be a mind shift in South Africa about artisans, both by educational institutions and the broader population. Let us hear more on this from the CEO of the Artisan Training Institute, ATI, Sean Jones. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's a privilege to be here with all you young people today. Just to give you a bit of background about myself, I grew up in a family also with not a lot of cash. My father was a foreman in a factory. My mother was a housewife. And I didn't do well at school. And I've heard that same theme from quite a few other speakers. But I think the reason I didn't perform was because my parents didn't understand the value of education. And it was only later in life when I finished, I went to Technikon. I couldn't get into university, my marks weren't good enough. And I managed to travel afterwards. I worked in doing construction jobs in England, saving up money, traveling to other parts of Europe. And that opened my eyes to a whole new world. You know, in South Africa, we sit in a very isolated space at the bottom of the continent. And I often refer to it as a backwater. It's only when you start traveling around the world that you really, really start realizing the opportunities and what's out there. And it's very, very exciting. So when I got back, I managed to find employment, and I started my career at AECI, which is African Explosives Limited. And I worked there for 5 years. And then while I started working there, I did a conversion course to convert my diploma into a degree. And that enabled me to enroll for a master's degree. So I enrolled in my master's. It took me about 4 years because I had to convert. And I then, after working at ACI, I left. I went into consulting, finished that degree. And then recently I enrolled for a PhD. I finished that 3 years ago at the age of 53. So I must tell you, it's not how you start, it's how you finish that counts. And that's really, really important. Never give up, keep learning and pushing forward. Okay, enough about me. My topic today is the day in the life of an artisan. And it's something I'm very, very passionate about. And our MC's been talking about being cool the whole afternoon. And I have to tell you, I know I'm not cool. I'm a middle-aged dude with no hair, so that's not cool. But the topic I want to share with you is cool. And the reason it's cool is because I've personally witnessed how many lives have been changed by young people going through apprenticeships and becoming artisans. It's super cool. So the Artisan Training Institute trains about 2,000 artisans or apprentices per annum. And we've got 3 campuses. The oldest campus is in Kimberley. It was established in 1973. The other campus is in Roodepoort. That was established in 1983. And we've got a campus down in Port Shepstone on the KZN South Coast. So collectively, those 3 campuses over the last year, since they started, have trained more than 30,000 artisans. And that's a lot. It's a massive, massive contribution to the South African economy. So what I think is important, before you share any concept, is to create context. So I want to share with you the context of apprenticeships and artisans and how it can change your life. So broadly speaking, there are 2 broad areas of apprenticeships. The one is in construction, where people can go become bricklayers, tilers, carpenters, that type of thing, plumbers. The other area is in the engineering skills, and that's what we specialize in. So we train welders, we train boilermakers, electricians, riggers, instrumentation technicians, we train diesel mechanics, we train forklift mechanics, tractor mechanics, auto electricians. So we train for 15 different engineering trades. And I recently did a podcast series with a lot of young people that were coming through our institution and qualifying. And do you know that in the mining sector, the one youngster told me that the year he qualified, he earned 68,000 Rand per month. That's a lot of money. It's a lot of money for a young person of 21, 22 years old to earn. And that's why I think becoming an artisan is very cool. It can change your life. You can, honestly, I've seen young people coming out of very disadvantaged backgrounds. They come in, they work hard, and 3 years later they qualify, and their life is set on a completely different path. So it's something I'd encourage you guys to look at. So the day in the life of an artisan, it depends on the industry you work in. It depends on your own context where you find yourself. But you'll find artisans everywhere. A lot of people underestimate where you find artisans. You'll find them in the agricultural sector, repairing tractors. You'll find them in mining, doing electrical work, instrumentation and process control. You'll find them doing fitting, turning, welding, boiler making. So you'll find artisans all over the place, right? And typically, depending where you work, some places are, like for example, manufacturing, where you go in and there's a very set process or product that gets produced. And in those environments, you'll find artisans like fitters, electricians, welders, and they will go and they'll do sometimes preventative maintenance. So that'll mean that they'll do work that stops or prevents production from shutting down. So it'll be planned work. And then in other cases, they'll go in and there'll be a breakdown in the plant and they'll be called out to go and repair that. Another thing I've heard through the day, I just want to touch on this. A lot of people are afraid of apprenticeships because they perceive it to be unsafe. And I must tell you, it's not. Because from the time you start training to become an artisan, every module that you go through covers safety. And safety becomes inherent in every single thing you do. And if you're the type of person that takes safety seriously, you will adhere to what you taught. There's no good reason why you should get hurt at work. So The mining sector also perceived to be a very dangerous environment, especially when you go underground. Yes, sometimes things can go wrong, but in general terms, it's a very safe environment. There's a lot of practices in mining that prevent injury. So the tough thing with being an artisan, and I want to share this, I want to touch on gender as well. The artisan trades are not exclusively for women. I mean for men, sorry. There are a lot of women coming in. And every year I see more and more women coming through our institutions. And women bring very interesting attributes to the trades. They're more patient than the men. They're more conscientious. They have fine motor skill. They're better at working with their fine motor skills. And they also don't rely on brute force to do tasks. They work smarter. So women have a place in the apprenticeship, in the artisan system. The one thing I do want to share, though, is that if you're a woman and you are not very strong, you have to choose your apprenticeship very carefully, because there's some trades that require a lot of physical strength. For example, boiler making, also fitting, and even in some environments where you have to weld, you're welding in confined spaces, so you'll be underneath conveyor systems welding, and you'll be working not just in cramped spaces, but you might have to work at heights. So you've got to choose your trade very carefully. And that said, even though there's some women who might physically battle with some trades, I know men that battle too. Not all men are strong. And the other thing that happens in all artisan trades is the need for teamwork. There are many times when even men need to call for help. Nobody can work in isolation in every single task. So if you're a woman and you want to get into the trades, don't fear it at all. There's a lot of opportunity for women to get involved. So the other thing that I think is important is for you guys to understand the pathway to get into an apprenticeship. There are a number of ways. You can do grade 12. If you do grade 12 with science and maths, it's a big advantage because it's going to make your journey easier. If you do maths lit and you don't do science, it doesn't mean that you cannot get into an apprenticeship. You can go to a TVET college, you can do your TVET subjects and still get into a trade. And we see a lot of kids, even if you're an early school leaver, you go to a TVET college, you do N1, do N2, a lot of employers look for either N2 or grade 12. That's what they prefer from an employment point of view. And if you are lucky enough to get into an apprenticeship, and I say lucky because the cost to train an apprentice is between $500,000 and $1 million, depending on the trade. That's what it costs an employer to train you, to qualify. But when you qualify, the world opens up for you. I go into Africa a lot. So we do work in Madagascar, the DRC, Zambia. We do work in Ghana. And when I go up and I see the mines and I talk to our customers up there, there are hundreds and hundreds of South Africans working on the tools in their trades across the whole continent. The other cool thing is that if you can gain 5 to 8 years experience, you can go and live in any country virtually that you want. Canada are crying for good artisans that are well trained. We have a lot of guys leaving to go to New Zealand, Australia. So there is more demand for artisans overseas than there are for people with degrees. They don't want our accountants. They don't want our doctors. They want our artisans. And I promise you guys that you must never ever think that being an artisan is a B choice. it should be your A choice, because the world needs people that can work with their hands. So if you're the type of person that gets joy from working with your hands, I strongly encourage you to consider an apprenticeship. It'll change your life. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
It's a
Sean.
pleasure.
That was really insightful. I think the part that took me by aback, your English today, you know what I'm trying to say, right? Was the fact that you started off by saying that you had, I won't necessarily say that you failed, but you didn't have the smooth sailing journey that I think we all have the pressure or the expectations that are put on us of doing. You know, you have to graduate matric with really good results. You have to get through university well. And for you, it was a bit of a bumpy journey. You even had to convert your degree. But somehow, you've still managed to come out with a PhD. So in actuality, you are Dr. Sean, right? Congratulations. Can we give him a hand for that? Okay, so Nikki Palak is earlier on, ne? So I need you guys to help me out with a few terms that he mentioned in his talk. Can you help me out with that? Man, I need more energy. Can you help me out with that? Okay, so what we're gonna do, Sean, is we're gonna quiz them a little bit, okay? Just because, you know what, I was struggling. So I think they were the ones paying attention. They can help me out.
Perfect.
So can anybody tell me what an artisan is? We have mics going around, so just put your hand up. Okay, we have a hand over there. What's an artisan? Please tell us your name, the school that you go to. You can even tell us what grade you're in. Stand up so we can see your beautiful face.
Ma'am, my name is Khokelo Masemola. I'm from Katlehong Gardens in VCS, ma'am. So, artisan is a rope man.
An artisan is a?
Rope man.
How's that?
A roadman?
A roadman. Can you give us a little bit more of a description? Explain it a little bit more.
I'm a person who's almost similar to an engineer.
Okay, so they create things. Yes. They put things together. They build things. Okay, does anybody want to take a crack at it? Come on, guys. I need the energy. I need you to give me something. What's an artisan? You guys have heard the word before. What word is an artisan? Art, right? Okay, so I think Khaukhelo did say it. It's somebody that creates something, puts it together. Can you give us a little bit more of a crisp definition?
Sure. So an artisan is somebody who could repair and maintain equipment. Think about an electrician. They can come in, they can wire a house, they can connect the DB board, and if there's a problem, they can come in and they do fault finding, and they find the fault and they repair that system. So that's an electrician. A fitter is somebody who will install a pump and align it, and often when you're installing and aligning a pump, the fitter and the electrician work hand in hand, because the fitter will install the pump, the electrician will come and wire the pump up to make it run and connect the electricity. So that's an example of two different trades that can be working together.
Okay. Do you want to take a crack at it?
Hi, again, it's KK. Basically, I gave my speech earlier, so I am an artisan. An artisan is like if you are trained in your trade. So basically at the university you get mostly the theory of stuff to be an electrician, a welder. When you get to Cecil or you get to a company, they train you physically, and then you get to experience what it actually be like to be a technician, to be an electrician and whatnot. So at the end of the day, then you become an artisan. So they train you through a learnership to be a welder. As soon as you are a welder, you are an artisan welder, or you are an artisan electrician. So that's what basically being an artisan.
Does that make more sense now?
Does it make sense now?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure.
Can we please give him another round of applause?
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you guys know the lady that just spoke now? Have you seen her around? Okay, so she No, it's okay, it's okay. So she is a professional welder. Her name is KK, and she was speaking earlier on. So she was explaining to us, so somebody like a welder is an artisan. Like she said, you're not dealing with the theory side of things, but you're practically working, and usually you specialize in something, right? Okay, we're now near the end of the day. I just wanna get a feel of whether or not we learned some stuff today. Did we learn? Did we enjoy it? Okay, I just need 5 more minutes of your time, and then we're gonna go to stage X. Can you guys do that for me? 5 more minutes. Alrighty, so we have arrived at the end of day 5 Sasol Techno X. But this wasn't a one-man job. It wasn't just me standing on the stage. It wasn't just one exhibitor. It was a whole group of people that put this together. So, can you please help me give a warm welcome for the last time to the stage, Umam Nokolo Kahlana, who's the head of the Sasol Foundation Trust, just to say a few words.
Who loves me like you used to? Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to.
Good afternoon, everybody. I promise I won't be long, and I also promise I won't cry. I've come to say my thank yous, and I want to open with a quote. Courage is not the absence of fear. Courage is going ahead while you are afraid. When the concept for TechnoX and the budget was approved, we had less than 3 months left, and I was afraid. I said to my boss, could we please cancel or postpone? And she said to me, we're gonna look unprofessional. We've already told the business that we're doing TechnoX 2023. Find a way to make it work. I was afraid, I was shaking, but I wasn't alone. I had an amazing team that held me together and said, we've got you, do not stress. And I'm coming here to thank them. Firstly, to thank the board for approving the budget. It was a very big budget. That is why I was afraid. To thank our EVP, Charlotte Mukwena, for all the support and guidance, our VP, Khao Mutwagae, for all the support and guidance as well. Thank the team. Firstly, the Sasol Foundation team. Ma Foundation Amahle, Sisgugu Zulu, Mageba, Gabezita. Oh, ngiyabonga siswami. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. The honor, the respect, the commitment, the passion. You're one of a kind. Thank you so much. Londi, Sis Xoli, Sis Bulelwa, Sis Lydia, Madisha, Dumi, the entire team, and everybody at Social Impact who supported us. All the SVPs in the business and VPs who supported us, especially those who came to the launch. Our amazing miracle working service provider, IDNA. They reduce me to tears all the time with their excellence, their professionalism, their going beyond for our client, their we will die for our client attitudes. You guys, ngiyabonga. Thank you very much. Lerai, Esana, you were the youngest in that list when I was given to choose. I'm like, I don't know this kid, but there's something about her that tells me she will carry this with excellence and grace. And I wasn't disappointed. Thank you, young lady. And thank you, Mom, for supporting her and carrying her. Thank you very much. Thank you to the learners. Thank you. I mean, to handle over 3,000 learners every day, but your hunger and your curiosity kept us going. Please tell others, to come again next year. We will be in Secunda. Thank your teachers and your parents for us. Please, we thank you for being here. There's no exhibition without you. Yes, yes. And I don't know how to thank the exhibitor. Sorry, I'm being long. I am in grateful mode. Please give me this moment of glory. I don't know how to thank the exhibitors, guys. All of them, the SASL ones and the external ones, but I will write them individual thank you emails. And I thank everyone who made this happen. I mean, guys, I looked at the packs of food that came in, especially for the learners and every day. And I'm like, how is it really possible to make more than 6,000 packs of food a day? I mean, I admire people who are able to do something I can never be able to do. I get palpitations and anxiety if I'm asked to cook for more than 5 people. So to our caterers, to our security personnel who kept us safe, the crew, my goodness, guys, you made SASL TechnoX the girl she thinks she is. Our profile on social media is hitting the charts, and it's because of you. Siyabonga, siyabulela, rialebucha. Thank you very much, Baya Danki. If I forgot you, you must know I love you more. That's why I forgot. And now you're gonna enjoy the amazing closing video, right? Thank you very much. Please travel safely home. Make sure you're safe. And thank you for honoring SASL TechnoX 2023. Thank you.
TechnoX really exposes us as a youth to careers, different career fields and different types of things that goes on within different careers. And as youth, we don't usually see that. So TechnoX really exposes us learners and gives us the opportunity to interact and get a better understanding of the outside world.
I fully understand why SASL would do such an exhibition for 21 years. The level of energy from the learners, the commitment from the exhibitors, and the passion of everybody working in this exhibition, and the level of impact of the speakers, the workshops, and the information from the stalls. I mean, no wonder we have stories of people whose careers shifted because of their exposure to TechnoX.
Is really important for future generations to achieve good careers, to enable them to survive in our tomorrow, and really to become good citizens of South Africa. So yes, it's important, and that is what we emphasize through the TechnoX here.
It's important to encourage learners to pursue STEM or STEAMy careers because arts and innovation are just as important as the STEM or the science, technology, engineering and maths. And it's important because as a country that wants to participate in a global space, that wants to grow economically, that wants to grow socially, STEM becomes critical in terms of being the foundation of that growth.
Just come here, amazing experiments, amazing adventures. Bring more of your friends, it will be fun.
It's always good to see youngsters and all stakeholders in person and to feel the vibe and the excitement and the passion in, us contributing to STEMI. We pay a lot of attention to innovation because it's in our purpose statement. SASOL's purpose statement is innovating for a better world.
Wow. All I can say is wow. I am absolutely in awe of the entire SASOL team. I'm in awe of the IDNA team. I'm in awe of every single person that has put this together. We've seen some really amazing projects in the arts and sciences, some awesome exhibitions, and they were also awarded last night. Did you guys see a helicopter in one of those tents? I wasn't seeing things, ne? Have you guys seen the helicopter here? You guys went and saw that. How cool was that? Well, SAPS actually won the overall exhibitor award last night. So that was a really cool exhibition that they had. Thank you so much to all of our speakers that were here today and throughout the entire week. The producers, the security, the caterers, the cleaners, the crews, support teams, volunteers, and most importantly, SASOL Foundation for championing STEAMY education right in their neck of the woods and throughout Mzansi. It's been an incredibly fulfilling week. Thank you so much to Gift and Ofense, who are my co-youth MCs. You guys were so amazing. Please give them a round of applause. And thank you so much to the people of Sasolburg as well as the province of Free State for hosting us with such great and top-tier hospitality. I certainly look forward to coming back. Now, before I go, I promised that amazing iPhone to the person at the top of the leaderboard. Okay? But before that, I need to tell you what was happening. So we had a gamification process. So everybody that is part of the exhibition, that attended the exhibition, whether online or here in person, was scanning the QR codes and they were interacting on social media. And as they did that, they were awarded points. So today we have our top 3 people who are at the top of that leaderboard. So these people are going to be winning headphones, they're going to win a ring light as well as a selfie stick. So your school will contact you and send it to you. In 3rd place is Patricia Beleng with 306 points. In 2nd place with 381 points is Boitumelo Ditire. And with 401 points in 1st place is Zintle Dube. Now, like I said at the beginning of the week, there was going to be an overall winner. So this is out of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, the person that has the most points out of everyone. With 671 points, this person is winning a brand new top-of-the-range iPhone. Yeah. Congratulations to Tepo Seremula. Alrighty. Can you please give yourselves a round of applause for coming through, for learning, for enjoying, for having fun? Now, Stage X has a really cool something in store for you guys. But like I said earlier on, my name is Lerai. It's been an amazing time with you guys. Thank you so much for having me as your host. Thank you so much for making this experience as fun for me as it was for you. Are any of you guys on the gram? Nobody's on Instagram? No. Okay, now babange. You guys aren't on Instagram? Okay, do you guys mind if we take a selfie for my gram? Okay, so it's actually going to be a video. I need everybody to say SASOL Techno X with me, okay? On the count of 3. Can you guys do that? Okay, so let me just make sure I get the angles. I'm going to do it like this. And in 3, 2, 1, SASOL Techno X! Thank you so much. My name is Lerai. It's been an amazing time with you guys, and we will see you at the 2024 SASOL Techno X. Bye, everybody.